Can someone from the GREC team double check that?
That's correct. No, it's Greg Randall. Apologies.
Thank you.
I'm ready to go when you are, Noah and Tech.
I'm ready when you are, Chairwoman.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10 a.m. Today is December 17th, 2020. As many of you know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determine that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 72 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of this commission, of the Chicago Plan Commission, is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 75 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the December 17, 2020 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask that everyone, because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you are not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you are speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I want to also quickly provide guidance to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who registered to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which include the speaker's full name and address, as well as a public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by the staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to please be mindful of their presentation length, stay on point, be concise, efficient, and so on to respect the time of all in attendance. Out of respect for others, speakers should please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. Wait a couple of seconds and you will then, the unmute will kick in. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff nor the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Again, out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual hearing session. So with that, let me do roll call. Commissioner Biaggi.
Here.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Here.
Commissioner Burnett. Not
Here.
There it goes. Commissioner Cordova is here. Commissioner Cox.
Here.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Garza.
Present.
Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lightfoot. Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
With his resounding here. I always love it when you, it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, everybody, wake up. Commissioner Novata. I believe there's a meeting. Commissioner Ostman. Commissioner Reyes, I know is not going to be able to be here. She's in Commissioner Novata. Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Shaw.
Here.
Commissioner Sposato. Commissioner Tunney. I thought I saw him. Commissioner Tunney. I think he's here. And Commissioner Villegas, I think I saw you.
Here.
And Commissioner Wagasbach, I saw you.
Here. Here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. So I want to do a kind of a quick follow-up. We have been through quite a year. And here we are in 2020. I think you would agree with me, commissioners, that we send our deepest condolences to the family and friends of those who have lost their lives to COVID. We also express our appreciation to the various frontline health workers and the many essential workers who've kept things rolling. We look forward to the days also when everyone who wants a job can get a job. Can I ask whoever is not on mute to go on to mute? Thank you. But at least we have reasons for hope, and that includes hope for the city. As we rebuild, we hope we build smart and build equitably so that everyone benefits and everyone shares the burdens. Before I go on, there is somebody who needs to be on mute and isn't. Tech, can we get your help in maybe muting? We've got some background noise now.
Chairman, I only see you as unmuted.
Okay, so I'm not sure that, but I'm getting an echo. Anyway, we have reasons for hope, and that includes hope for the city. And that includes being smart. So we want to build smart, we want to build equitably so that everyone benefits and everyone shares the burden. That includes being smart about how we build on one of Chicago's most valuable assets, its location, while still protecting its other assets, including its neighborhoods. As a continuation of the conversation that we began last commission meeting about how to better plan for the enhanced role that Chicago will play as a logistics hub, Commissioner Cox and I would like to announce a couple of items. Generally, when we begin a planning process, it's important to examine what planning efforts currently exist or are getting underway. Thus, at the next Plan Commission meeting in January or perhaps February, we will get a briefing from Chicago Department of Transportation, CDOT, on their emerging work to evaluate planning work related to logistics centers and freight uses. DPD will also present some of its efforts. Commissioner Cox had the idea that we should collaborate at number 2. Commissioner Cox had the idea that we should collaborate, we being the Plan Commission, should collaborate with the Great Cities Institute to sponsor a forum or perhaps series of forums with various stakeholders to bring forward best practices and research on freight and logistics and how to think about planning for this important and growing economic sector in our region. So look forward to that in the coming year. The idea is for as many stakeholders as possible to be part of the conversation about the future of Chicago. And as such, I want to also say that we are making progress on changes to the process around changing the document for the master plan documents. We've received a lot of input and feedback from various stakeholders. We also had a webinar. So I want to thank everyone for their participation in the Department of Planning and Development webinar about the master plan development document updates. This was held on December 8th, 2020, and is up for viewing on the Chicago Plan Commission website. So we are making progress in our efforts here around enhancing our planning efforts on these very important issues. So with that, we will now approve, thank you everyone. We will now, and thank you Commissioner Cox. We will now approve the minutes from the November 19, 2020 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on November 19, 2020?
So Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Commissioner Shaw, and then I heard the second by
Biagi.
That's what I thought so. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Biagi and Commissioner Shaw. So again, because we're virtual, I have to do the roll call to approve these. So I'll go quickly. Commissioner Biagi,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes, Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney. He's double working here. Commissioner Villegas,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagespot.
Yes.
Fantastic. Motion passes.
Commissioner Navarro is here too.
Oh,
and
great.
And I'm a yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so I've marked you present. All right, so we'll now look to approve a proposed meeting schedule for the 2021 calendar year. All proposed meetings would continue to be held on the third Thursday of each month, and none of the proposed dates are impacted by City of Chicago holidays. Do I have a motion to approve the proposed 2021 Chicago Plan Commission meeting calendar?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Moved by Commissioner Shaw, seconded by,
Commissioner Garza.
thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter was a yes, Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes. Commissioner
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
uh,
Yes.
Yes.
Villegas,
Yes.
and Commissioner Legaspot.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I'm presuming, as is always the case, that this calendar will show up on the website for people to see what our calendar will be for next, oh my gosh, next year. Are we already?
That's correct, and they actually already appear there as of today.
Great. Are we already at the point of wishing people Happy New Year? My goodness. All right, public testimony. We will now take testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. 3 people signed in to speak today, all of whom wish to speak about item D1, generally located at 1450 North Dayton. As I call your name, please wait a moment until you're unmuted, and then you may proceed to speak. Be reminded that you will have 3 minutes to speak. The order of the speakers is first Mr. Brian Allelrod. You'll correct my pronunciation if I got it wrong. Followed by Mr. Butler Adam, and then Mr. Kishore Raj. So let me go to Mr. Brian Allelrod.
Axelrod. Thank
Oh,
you. Can you
okay.
hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. So it was a misspelling. Thank you, Axelrod. Thank you.
No problem.
So your 3 minutes has started. As soon as you start speaking, your 3 minutes will start. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak about the property at Dayton, as you mentioned. I'm speaking from the point of view of someone who has spent a decade living across the street from the proposed development and watched as the neighborhood grew from an overlooked and underutilized pocket of the city to one that has become almost intolerably overcrowded and congested. I'm not here to oppose the development in full, but rather respectfully request a reconsideration of one specific aspect of the development, namely what they referred to as Building C on the east portion of the property. As I mentioned, this area is merely a pocket of the neighborhood that is nestled into a very small footprint of the North Branch community, a newer and emerging neighborhood. This area simply cannot afford high-rise, mid-rise, and low-rise residential buildings on one small parcel. The developers will talk about public transit as a way to deflect from the potential increase in traffic and congestion, but the reality that even in pre-pandemic times, especially in pre-pandemic times, anyone who attempted to catch a red line train during peak times at North and Clybourne would have had to have waited at least a half a dozen cars before getting a space to ride. A similar story is true of the bus capacity for the Halsted and North Avenue buses. Recognizing that the development will worsen these issues and provide limited benefit as public transit is simply not a viable alternative, the traffic study recommendations fail the eye test for anyone like me who has lived there for an extended period of time. Traffic and congestion will surely go from a nearly intolerable situation to completely intolerable for all of the residents in the area. In addition, nowhere in the presentation do the developers take note of the British School and the added traffic and congestion that comes from daily drop-offs and pickups on Dayton across from the planned development on the east side. The attendant safety concerns from having hundreds of families and young children in the area are totally overlooked in the development plan. Finally, the height of Building C is 1/3 the height of the residential tower across Blackhawk to the north, which will significantly diminish the value of a major part of these units, blocking their views. Many residents have relied on the prior development plans for the site by buying into or deciding not to sell their units over the last 6 to 12 months. As I said, I'm not here to oppose the development in full. There are benefits to the proposed plan and the suggestion of building a high-rise tower on the southwest corner, which would pull traffic to the southwest areas along Kingsbury and Eastman, away from the heavily trafficked and congested areas on Blackhawk, Fremont, and Dayton, and an additional low-rise tower, which frankly is a bit much, but it could work, and I recognize the added benefit of affordable housing units proposed by Building B. There is plenty to consider here without the added overreach from Building C. As a result, I request the developers and commission consider requiring a modification of the proposal to remove Building C as a residential component of the development, reconsider either green space with the area is in dire need of, or further the commission's goal of enhancing our neighborhoods, or simply low-rise commercial that would not add excessive residential density to the rest of the proposals suggests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right on time. Mr. Butler Adams,
Hello, can you hear me?
we can.
Yes, this is Butler Adams, and I would like to say I am in favor of this particular proposal. I've been following the area itself for a very long time, and in fact, I spoke in favor of both sono towers at Plan Commission over the past year. So I'm just seeing how the whole north branch of the Chicago River is now changing. A few years ago, they had the north branch plan to, excuse me, allow more density and high rises along the Chicago River. So you're now seeing how things are going to get connected from the downtown area to River North, through the Kingsbury area, all the way up to Lincoln Yards. You can see how this is happening. With this particular project, I do like the design, at least of the main tower. It's a very nice architecturally. It's a little bit different, kind of reminds me of some of the things that I've seen proposed in the West Loop. The previous gentleman mentioned Building C, which I think is a 10-story building. Personally, this is just my opinion. Out of the three parcels, architecturally speaking, Building C to me is at least aesthetically pleasing. So if this particular building did go away and those units that were planned for that structure are pushed into the tower itself, and the tower goes up by a few floors, that should be no problem at all. I think we don't want the heights around it to be plateaued. I have seen the area again evolve over the years, including the British School. You have the new development, a new city over there as well. In terms of traffic, I think that one thing that should be looked at, just because this whole area from downtown to Lincoln Park is changing along the river, is to really look at the traffic along Halsted Street. I was over here just the other day to look at the site itself before I could talk here at this meeting, and I went back southbound in Halsted at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was pretty congested going southbound from just past Division heading south to Lake Street. So I think perhaps traffic should look at, and I mentioned this before, adding a left turn lane. This is way far south at Lake and Halsted, which will really help the traffic flow, because once I cleared Lake Street, traffic flowed just fine. Things get really backed up at Lake and Halsted. So look at that. Even though we're discussing this project, everything is combined. Other than that, this project is going to be bringing in, I believe, roughly $3 million annually per property taxes. And seeing as the city just raised property taxes, this is a benefit. Buildings of this scale and size and density are a benefit for the city of Chicago. This is a commercial property, and commercial properties are taxed at a higher rate. So we should be doing more of this. Unfortunately, projects have been dumbed down in some areas. There was a project that came up last week that was dumbed down in terms of density and height, and we should not do that in the times that we're in right now. So in terms of this project at Dayton, Black Hawk, and Kingsbury, I am in favor of this proposal, and I hope that you are too. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Kishore Raj.
Yeah, thank you for the time. I really welcome this project from the main objective of it. I have a few concerns about it. One, the first gentleman pointed out about the building C, which is really very high. The second gentleman said it's 10th floor, but it's 27th floor. The concern I have is they do not have the number of unit versus the number of parking structure within the building. So already the streets are filled with cars, and it's becoming very unsafe for people to walk around. With around roughly around 100 plus apartment, they have only 30 plus parking in the building. This is going to cause a major concern. That's a main issue I am worried about. Second is I do welcome that this is an affordable property and the type of qualification criteria the developer laid out, but it's not very clear like how certain that qualification criteria is going to be implied. I do not wanted to see that it become unsafe residents around this locality. So these two are my submission here, request for consideration.
Thank you so much. Were you done? Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Mr. And thank all of you, Mr. Axelrod, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Raj, for taking the time to come here and share your thoughts with us. It's really important to us when you do that. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve item number one under the acquisition heading and item number 1 under the disposition heading?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner, was that Shaw?
Lyons.
Oh, hi, Commissioner Lyons. All right, and then seconded by
Commissioner Shaw.
Commissioner Shaw. Okay. I should be, getting used to all your voices here. Should know them by now. All right, roll call on this item. Then Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes, Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Novada,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas, away, Commissioner Wagaswat.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to Business Plan Development 1292 submitted by the Shops at Big Deal LLC for the property generally located at 1465-1483 North Kingsbury Street, 835-919 West Blackhawk Street, 1450-1472 North Dayton Street. The applicant proposes to amend Plan Development 1292 to rezone the property to C2-5 prior to reestablishing residential business plan development. 1292 is amended. The proposal will include 5 sub-areas with 4 structures and open space. Sub-area A will consist of a 27-story, 299-foot, 327 dwelling unit building with retail and 110 parking spaces. Sub-area B will consist of a 5-story, 64-foot, 36 dwelling unit building with 36 parking spaces. Sub-area C will consist of a 10-story, 117-foot, 126 dwelling unit, group living classified as co-living building, maximum 432 beds with 41 parking spaces. Sub-area D will consist of an indoor sports and recreation facility with a height of 80 feet with 16 parking spaces that are currently under construction. Sub-area E will be a 25,557 square foot publicly accessible open space. No other changes are proposed as part of this application. And thank you, Tech. We're no longer getting that feedback, so appreciate whatever it is you did to stop that. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. The proposed development is generally located at 1450 North Dayton Street, and the applicant, Structured Development, proposes to amend Plan Development 1292, which was previously reviewed and approved by Plan Commission in October of 2018. The proposed amendment before you today seeks to expand the permitted uses and revise the boundaries of the sub-area within the plan development to allow for the construction of a total of 4 buildings and a publicly accessible, privately funded, and privately maintained open space. PD 1292 is located in the near north side community area of the 27th Ward. The planned development is shown here in orange, and the property is bounded by Dayton Street on the east, Blackhawk Street on the north, and Kingsbury on the west. As you can see in this photo, the site is located slightly east of the North Branch Canal, and additionally, the site is buffered by existing development along the river from the industrial users west of the river. The first building approved in the development back in 2018 is seen here under construction. It's the Fitness and Recreation Center. It's located on the eastern portion of the site. and the remainder of the site currently exists as vacant land. The site is situated adjacent to various land uses, including residential, retail, office, entertainment, and light manufacturing. The Halsted Triangle Plan update, which was adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission in August 2020, determined that given the changing surrounding land uses, trends in declining retail demand, and the anticipated impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, it was recommended that the current C3 zoning in this area may be modified on a case-by-case basis to allow for mixed-use developments to include residential uses east of Kingsbury Street in an effort to further the goals that are listed here. The proposed development before you today adheres to the goals of the Halsted Triangle Plan by creating a more pedestrian-friendly environment while fostering urban, dense development, which will reduce parking ratios and encourage multimodal transit. The project seeks a rezoning from C35 to a C25 zoning classification to allow for residential uses. The proposed development will maintain the 5.0 FAR that was set for the site under the 2018 approval. Given the existing public school demands and traffic congestion issues in the area, a school impact study and a traffic and parking study was provided by the applicant. The school impact study determined that the school capacity is adequate to accommodate the proposed development project. And based on the findings of the traffic study, the applicant will incorporate and fund public right-of-way improvements which will be discussed later in this presentation. Now, Katrina McGuire of Thompson Coburn, the attorney for the applicant, will provide additional details on this project.
Thank you, Heidi. Good morning, members of the Plan Commission. Katrina McGuire here from Thompson Coburn. Pleasure to be here this morning. I'm here this morning with Mike Drew and Jeff Berta of Structured Development, the owners and applicants of the proposed site, the proposed plan development. Ryan Von Driel of Grech Architects, he's the project architect for buildings A and B. Arden Freeman of Built Form Architecture, the project architect for building C. And Kelly Connolly, traffic engineer with Sam Schwartz. We're pleased to present this project following the Plan Commission's recent approval of the Halsted Triangle Plan update. The plan development was filed in September, and the development team engaged with the Near North Unity Program group in September, and we enjoyed the group's support for this project. The development was also presented at a neighborhood meeting hosted by the Halsted Triangle Owners Association earlier this month. Next slide, please. In addition to the community process, we engaged extensively with DPD and CDOT, and we are certainly grateful for all of their time and engagement on this. As part of those discussions and reviews, several modifications were made to the proposal, including the consolidation of vehicular access points, increased activated pedestrian access points to and from the park to enhance pedestrian circulation in the neighborhood, enhanced ground level facade articulation, and overall enhanced architectural design. Next slide, please. As Heidi mentioned, the proposed plan development is split up into 5 sub-areas. Sub-area A is a proposed 27-story mixed-use building with 327 units. Sub-area B, a 5-story, 34-unit condominium building. Sub-area C, a 10-story, 126-unit residential building. Sub-area D, as noted, is under construction and will be a sports and recreation facility. And sub-area A is the half-acre publicly accessible park. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Von Driel to talk about the project details. Ryan?
Thank you, Katrina. This is Ryan Von Driel with GREC Architects, as previously noted, one of the project architects for the site. The slide currently up simply shows what will be built first. You can see, we're looking from the north area, you can see on the left the under construction building D, the climbing gym, the building in the center there, sub-area C, the 10-story residential building. You can see the entrance to the park from Blackhawk, and then the lower 5-story residential condo building in the center of the site. And what's noted as phase 2 will be building A, that'll be built as a future phase. Next slide. This is we'll go through a series of renderings of the proposed project. This is a view looking southeast towards downtown along Kingsbury. You can see the taller building, building A, roughly the same height as the existing Sono towers to the left there. directly north of the site. You can see building B in the center and building C in the background there. Next slide. So this slide really highlights what's the heart of development. This is a view from the south focused on the park that's at the center of the plan. We envision this park as an active gathering space that is accessible for the benefit of the whole neighborhood. It'll be well connected to the neighborhood through a variety of different connection points so that it has no dead corners, and it will be knit into the fabric of the neighborhood. It's going to contain a variety of active uses. There will be a children's play area, gathering space, a variety of hardscape and planted areas, also a dog run, community gardens, all accessible to the neighbors in the neighborhood. One of the features of the park is that we've centered each of the buildings. You can see them here, the 3 terraces, amenity terraces for each of the 3 buildings will be overlooking the park to increase the sense of activity and multi-story connection. This park will also include a variety of public art. This slide shows the pedestrian context at the corner of Black Hawk and Kingsbury. You can see the pedestrian scaled massing that we've developed at the base of the proposed buildings to relate to the street and the neighborhood context. Next slide. This is a view from the north, roughly from the location of the existing Sono Towers, looking at the main entry to the park, which is centered on in the center of the site off of Black Hawk. To the left, you can see building C, in the center, the lower building, building B, and beyond building A. Off to the right is actually how you would access Kingsbury, and in the distance there, you could actually get a glimpse of the river. Next. So this plan spotlights the design of the park. As you can see, there's a variety of hardscape and landscape, lots of activity. Again, all clearly accessed from different points. Main entrance would be from the north. It's also accessible directly from the south. And we've also created a number 15 there is an arcade that will skirt the south side of building A, connect out to Kingsbury. And number 13 in the center between buildings A and B is what we're calling a paseo. And that's one of the primary pedestrian connection points back to the neighborhood from Black Hawk. Go to the next slide. See a rendering of that area that we were calling the paseo. This view shows just one of the many ways that we're connecting this park to the neighborhood. Again, called the paseo here, connects the park to Black Hawk between buildings A and B. It'll be flanked by a variety of retail and active spaces in both building A and building B. Next slide. This is simply a rendering of the building that's nearing completion, building D, the 3-story climbing gym at the corner of Dayton and Black Hawk. Next, we'll go through a series of plans for each of the buildings. We'll go through these plans pretty quickly, but I do want to just call your attention to the fact that each of these buildings has been planned in a very intentional way to flank each of the streets with very active uses. So lobbies, retail, here we've got a bike room, we've got leasing, offices. And what we're doing is putting the parking and the service areas in the back. They'll be screened from the park by a variety of either murals or landscaping or interesting architectural features. Here you can see, again, 2 of those main access points to the park, the arcade skirting the south of building A and the paseo splitting building A from building C, connecting Black Hawk to the park. Next slide. Typical parking floor in building A, there'll be 2 of these. Next slide, typical residential level. Again, this is a 27-story building, market rate residential. Next. Roof plan showing the amount of green roof. We're targeting at least a minimum of 50% green roof planted at various levels on the roofs of these buildings. Next. This is the north and west elevation. Here you can see a variety of materials. The approach to the building is to have different facades that relate to the surrounding context of the neighborhood in appropriate and different ways, both for variety's sake and for interest. Next slide is the other 2 elevations. You can see some of the differences between how we've employed different colored materials to connect to different buildings in different ways. The next slide shows you the variety of materials that happen at different elevations on the building, so different heights of the building. In order to emphasize relationship to the street, site, and context, we're using more textured materials lower down where you can actually touch them at the street, and larger scale materials towards the top of the building where they can be seen and perceived from a distance as part of the skyline. Next slide just is an overview of the palette of this particular building, building A. Again, smaller scaled textures lower down like brick, and larger scaled materials at the top of the building. Next slide. This is a series of plans for building B. As with the other buildings, we've really tried to locate the active uses along the street and along the park, and bearing parking in the middle where it's less visible and less accessible to pedestrians. Next slide. This shows the remaining 2 floor plates. There will be 4 of the left side floor plans. Those are the residential levels. And on the right, you see the green roof plan. Elevations, again, the plan for this building is pretty straightforward in terms of design. We've got a large 17-foot high masonry base that will be clad with a dark masonry that will be detailed, appropriate for pedestrian scale, lots of active uses along the street. And the remaining 4 residential floors will be clad with a profiled metal panel. We've got a nice clean cap on the building. Again, something that relates to the typical sort of pedestrian scale height of some of the lower scale buildings in the neighborhood. Just flip through the next 3 slides pretty quickly. These show the remaining elevations. This building has a relatively interesting, complicated shape that relates to the park. We'll be using, on the park facing facades at the base, we'll be using some interesting masonry details to provide some interest. Keep going. Again, details of the grade level and upper stories here. Next slide. Summary of the details. Again, the masonry accent color. We're trying to pick up some of the colors from the other buildings on the site. So each building will have a different character that each contributes to a cohesive whole from the development. And next, as we go through building C, I want to hand this over briefly to Arden Freeman of Built Form Architecture to talk about their design for this building. Arden, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. As described, Building C is the 10-story residential building on the park, immediately adjacent to the fitness building. As you can see, the darker blue lobby, again, to provide some activity on Blackhawk, we located the lobby and lounge on that corner. All the amenities that we're currently showing, a fitness center, game lounge, are all fronting the park, trying to take advantage of that space. And then to the east of that is a 41 space enclosed garage. Next, please. This is our typical floor, 4 different unit types, and an additional amenity space on the 2nd floor roof deck. Again, trying to activate the park and be a part of that. Green roofs to the east and to the west, which is how we're dealing with stormwater management. Next, please. Again, typical floor. The notches are a result of light and vent requirements. Majority 4-bedroom units, but again, a variety of 2, 3, and studios. Next. Roof plan, not too much to say about that. Elevations, similar to the other buildings, we tried to have materials that responded to the height of the building. So at ground level, it's majority storefront and a darker brick, which is consistent with the rest of the development. The upper portion, we are proposing fiber cement and a combination of warm grays and wood tones, something that suggests a residential building. Next. This is the south elevation. Again, this is most of this elevation will actually be screened by the fitness building, but again, similar to the other buildings, a variety of colors and materials to integrate it into their surrounding neighborhood. Next. Sections showing how the materials come together. Again, brick down low, fiber cement for the upper floors. And again, an overview. You could see some more realistic photos of what the materials will show. Next.
Thanks, Arden. We'll go through some traffic and design principles and wrap this up. So this plan summarizes the site access points, both vehicular and pedestrian. You can see the red arrows show the single vehicular access point for each building, where we've combined loading and vehicular parking access. We space those apart from each other as much as possible in order to really prioritize pedestrian access to the park and to each building. Entry points to each building and retail areas are shown in blue, and the green shows access points from the neighborhood to the park. Again, overall, trying to prioritize pedestrian access and park access. Next slide. Just a traffic study was done for the site. Let me just summarize a couple things. The main highlight is that there will be a new traffic signal installed at the developer's expense to the east of our site along Halsted at the intersection with Blackhawk. And we do want to point out that the overall traffic impact of this revised plan development is actually less than with the previously approved PD. Next slide. Again, just summarizing our planning principles here in response to the city's planning guidelines. We're lining all the streets with active use, lobbies, retails, again, really putting the parking and the loading areas to the interior of the site and promoting access to the public park through a variety of pedestrian access points. Next slide. This massing diagram illustrates how we've responded to the city's planning principles by arranging the taller and lower massings in a way that complements the existing massing of the neighborhood. So we've put our tall tower, which is roughly the same height as the taller Sono building, as far as possible away in order to promote sort of a cohesive arrangement of massing. And then we've located our lower buildings and lower portions of the taller buildings along the street to really emphasize the pedestrian scale. Next slide shows very clearly how we've tried to arrange the buildings to preserve as much as possible the view corridors from the existing buildings that are to the north of our site and really prioritize that park. So the Sono Towers have a great view of the park and preserve their views to downtown, to the lakefront, and even along the river there. Again, this shows very clearly the pedestrian access to the park through and between our buildings. Next slide, this is just a summary that shows the centrality again of the park site design, just listing some of the along the left edge, some of our planning principles that we've directly incorporated here. And the next slide is a little bit of a highlight of the park. Again, each of those numbered points along the right shows one of the active uses of the park, which we've enumerated a little bit earlier. The next slide gives you a sense via some photographs of other projects that have been developed, gives you a sense of what those spaces will actually feel like. Public art, again, a nice variety of hard space, and active space, soft space as well. Next slide illustrates the variety of landscaping that will be incorporated. We intend to provide a diverse amount of plant types. There will be native species, of course, adaptive plantings, and a variety of flowering trees. These next two slides, we can go through these pretty quickly. These just illustrate our strategy for complying with the city's sustainable development policy, and each building will absolutely achieve the 100-point minimum that is required for planned developments. Each building takes a slightly different approach. And here, a lot of text that just illustrates how we're complying with the city's stormwater management ordinance. We will comply with that as typical. And I think I want to hand this back over to Katrina now.
Thank you, Ryan. Just briefly as we wrap it up here, this project provided a unique opportunity for the developer to provide for sale family-sized affordable units. And we engaged heavily with the Department of Housing staff on ARO programming before we even advanced forward with the plan development. We are extremely grateful for their time in working through those issues with us. Half of the affordable units will be provided on site within this development in the 34-unit all affordable condominium building in sub-area B. And that's going to be, will be made up of 8 two-bedroom units, 11 three-bedroom units, and 94 and the remainder of 4-bedroom units. The developer has agreed to pay for professional property management for a year after turnover and will also fund a year's worth of reserves, as well as the first 3 months of condominium assessments for each homeowner. And then an additional 33 units will be provided off-site within a for-sale townhome community located in Harrison Francisco. That's the rendering on the top of your screen. But in the near north, near west pilot area, all of the units will be included in the Chicago Community Land Trust portfolio. Next slide, please. And finally, some of the economic and community benefits that will be achieved as a result of this project include the half-acre park, which will be constructed by the developer and includes seating, pedestrian paths, play areas, dog park, community gardens. The developer will enter into a development and maintenance agreement with the city, including a public access easement. This park will be constructed in conjunction with the first phase, which includes buildings B and C. The developer is funding a traffic signal at Blackhawk and Halsted. The project will generate an estimated $3 million in real estate proceeds, and this $250 million project will create approximately 1,000 construction jobs, and the developer is committed to MBE, WBE, and city residency participation goals. And that completes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that the commission might have.
And I will just wrap up. This is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development with the Department of Planning and Development's recommendations. The proposed amendment to Plan Development 1292 has been considered against and reviewed in terms of the criteria contained in the Chicago zoning ordinance, as well as the Halsted Triangle Plan update, and it has been deemed appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed project is promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the surrounding area. The project promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use and encourages accessibility for persons with disabilities and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity. The project is situated very close to the Sedgwick Brown Line station and even closer to the North and Clybourne Red Line station. The project promotes bicycle use through the inclusion of bicycle parking spaces, and it has been designed to comply with the Illinois Accessibility Code. Additionally, the proposal is designed to maximize conflict with existing traffic patterns, as the proposed buildings all provide parking, loading, and trash collection areas within the envelopes of the proposed buildings. The proposed development provides a privately funded and publicly accessible open space recreation area that will be substantially landscaped and will include direct paths connecting from the public rights of way. Finally, the project adheres to the design standards related to building features, building orientation, and massing. The project also utilizes materials, architectural features, and fenestration to add depth to the building facades. Finally, please refer to my staff report and the details regarding this project and the plans identified herein. Based on the foregoing, it's the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Plan Development 1292 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Berry. Any questions from commissioners of staff? Go ahead, Commissioner Biaggi.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer up my appreciation for the developer team working with ourselves at CDOT and DPD on really working to make a great pedestrian realm. I mean, that's something that we're working toward, having great walkable communities. I think thinking about the bifurcations of the block is really significant in that way, and creating paseos. Those are all really critical parts of making great public realm. But I do also want to call out the amount of bike parking is significant. I think Heidi covered how transit rich the area is. I think we're often at this tension between too much traffic and not enough parking, I think is one of my colleagues said. And this is an example where we have all of what we need to move people. And so limiting the parking makes a lot of sense here. And the long-term goal, of course, is we want movement to occur with vehicles, but we really need to prioritize a pedestrian movement and emphasize public transit. So just a thank you to the developer team and the DPD team, along with my CDOT folks, for really working on this and making it a positive impact in an area that has a lot of constraints.
Fantastic. Commissioner Biaggi, I'm wondering, well, let me go to Commissioner Novata first. Go ahead, Commissioner Novata.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to also just say a note in addition to Commissioner Biaggi to say that I appreciate the way that this group worked with our team to come up with some creative ways to get at affordability and to get to larger unit sizes, which is something that we hear a lot that is a frustration with the Affordable Requirements Ordinance. And so in this instance, we have an example where a developer was able to provide for sale units with much larger bedroom numbers than we saw in the triggering building, and was able to do so within the footprint of the PD in a way that, we're really hoping to find some ways to replicate in the future. So appreciate working with us on this and being able to meet a lot of our goals under the Affordable Requirements Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. So this is partly a question for the developers and partly for you, Commissioner Biaggi. One of the speakers, I believe it was Mr. Axelrod, raised the issue around the concerns about what this might mean for the congestion, for the and I think Mr. Butler talked about the density of the traffic. I'm wondering if you can just talk about the ways in which you are addressing that in this plan, or what, or just your reactions to that.
Yeah, I mean, I can take it first, and then we'll let the developer come in. And I think that, you know, the traffic study, I think, paid attention to some of the really critical pieces that influence congestion and movement here. Certainly, there's a signal network and everything we can do in that regard, emphasizing options for pedestrians, diminishing the need for future tenants to even want to have a car because they don't need it. I would point out, I think the study of the British school is significant, right? That's a particular pickup and drop off challenge in the network just off to the east there. And so I know that there was a lot of work on working with the British school on the clockwise movement, or in terms of pickup and drop off, the hours of the day. Those kinds of accommodations, I think, help this to be a much stronger plan. And again, I think, you know, the way that you're opening up the block to permit movement makes it a natural way for folks to not only explore the park, but to cut through to get up to those North and Clybourne Station, the Sedgwick Station. The CTA network is really well served here. So I think, you know, we studied it looking at, as well, along with DPD, looking at kind of also what that meant on that frontage on Kingsbury, and looking at kind of where are the destinations that people are going, where are they circulating. In terms of the big picture, which I think is what you're getting at, we're looking at these issues all over where we have these high concentrations of density. And I think we have a lot of tools in the toolbox, but the answer isn't always a signal. It might be more physical improvements. But our goal is we want to have people walking. We want to reduce vehicular traffic and make it as easy and just natural and instinctive as possible to move in that way for so many reasons, notwithstanding just pure safety reasons. The more cars on the road and the faster you permit the movement, the more danger it is for pedestrians. So we're leaning hard in the direction of erring on the side of protecting pedestrians, but also making it a vibrant part of quality of life. But I'll, you know, the developer team, if you have some additional thoughts on this as well, please feel free to add.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, this is Jeff Berta with Structured Development, and I just want to echo those thoughts, because one of the big things that we wanted to do here was really work with CDOT, DPD, and really keep all of the entrances as much as possible consolidated. And if you notice in the plan that's up on the screen right now, you'll notice that all 4 buildings, separate entrances, are spread apart just about as far as they can be. Increased bike parking and targeting the proper amount of parking within the buildings, again, working with CDOT and DPD to achieve those goals was really our focus here, to provide enough parking, but not to try and, but also to try and promote other modes of transportation, because public transportation is plentiful in this area on Halsted. The stop, the red line, and has been said before, the other lines. Kelly, I don't know if you want to, Kelly's with Sam Schwartz, Kelly Connolly. I don't know if you want to add on to that.
Sure, Jeff. I'll just say 2 additional items, specifically with regard to the British school. We worked really hard in locating our access drives to be off of Dayton, so that the only access drive is the Building D access drive, which has very low oriented uses, and the parking lot on the side is small, accommodating traffic during off-peak times of the school. And I'll also add that in terms of the traffic generators, the uses on the site, we expect to see between 52 and even in some situation, in some of these buildings, to be as high as 81% non-auto trips.
Thank you. And did I hear in the presentation that you will also be managing the grounds and so on after you make all these, and when you plant your trees and your landscape and all that, you're also going to be managing it, or who's going to be managing it afterwards?
I can respond to that. I mean, yeah, it will certainly be privately managed. It'll either be the developer. We are also having conversations with even neighbor space, an entity like that might take over the ongoing management of it. But it would all be subject to the agreement that we enter into with the city.
Great, thank you. So before I call on Alderman Burnett, who's the alderman for this area, I guess I want to take note on some things that really struck me about this development. One has already been mentioned by Commissioner Novata, the fact that you have some of the and I know Commissioner Reyes would like this, you have some of the affordable housing units on site, and that you had a range of bedroom sizes. I think that really signals that, that you're interested in families here, right, as well. And so I think that was, and the fact that you're going to be helping out with some of the assessments for some of the, in some of those units, I think is also really important. You said you're going to do it for 3 months. I don't know if it's unreasonable to ask if maybe that could be 6 months, but I really like that idea. The other thing is the aspect that Commissioner Biaggi highlighted, which is a pedestrian friendly aspect to it. I also took note of that and how much community space there is within your different buildings. And so you're really enhancing kind of a community approach and a community building approach to this, which I really appreciate. The other thing that I really noted and was especially appreciative of is I really sensed, and this came through on your building materials, the design, again, the housing, the community sense, all of it. What I really noticed, oh, and the trees. I love that you have so many trees and the variety of trees. I mean, we need to be putting trees, right, into our development. So I really appreciate all the trees that you talked about. But what I noticed, all of that in combination, is how much pride there seemed to be in this development project. And, it's really, I think it's a really important part of development when you see that kind of pride taken in a project. And so to me, it was really evident that there was a lot of thought and a lot of pride that went into this. So I really, really appreciate that. Commissioner Cox, and I'm going to go to Alderman Burnett.
Thank you. Just wanted to underscore some things. I know this development team has worked not only really well with the housing department, but also with our planning group that has been, I know, advocating for a lot of the things that are featured here that I would just want to underscore. One is just the use of the kind of multi-building, multi-type strategy for the development. So high-rise, lower-rise buildings. So it's really like a family of buildings. And I think the different types of living suggests that you're creating what will be a mixed income and also just a mixed market of residents, which is really wonderful to see. I think the folks who will be attracted to the 10-story building are probably different than the folks who will be attracted to the high-rise building that are different than the 5-story building. And so it really does suggest that we will have a mixed income community merging here. I also think just even using different architects for different buildings gives it, again, the impression of having more of a family of buildings. It feels more incremental in its approach to development. I will say that the architectural quality is very, very different. I think people have noted that the 10-story building may not match the same caliber of character as a high-rise. But again, I just note that. The other part that I wanted to underscore was just the whole idea of breaking up the block and encouraging the public, any public, to be able to walk and pass through, so that this could be an amenity not just for the people who live there, but also for the people in the surrounding area. And there are a lot of different ways that you could provide public open space to the residents here. But you made it decidedly public. And I think that's really to be commended, because we've seen a lot of developments that would have privatized this half-acre park. But I think this is something that will be a real amenity for the entire neighborhood. So again, I just think it's a really nice idea of how you can do a development that provides a variety of housing options, but also provides a larger public space-making amenity within this development. So again, thank you for the way you've been able to work with our teams, but also create something that's, I think, going to be a great benefit to that neighborhood.
Agreed. And again, I'm going to call on Alderman Burnett, but sorry, Alderman, but real quickly, I want to pick up on something that Commissioner Cox said, and it occurs to me as well, which is, you know, you've got the quote unquote affordable units in one building separated from the other buildings. And to his point, we hope there isn't a lesser quality in that building. And there is, I'm not sure how I feel about that, about the separation, but definitely don't want to see some difference in quality. You know, we want to see the good quality in the building where you have the affordable housing units as well. So just want to make note of that. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'd like to commend this development. This developer worked very closely with myself and the community. We had several community meetings. Not only did they meet with the the Halsted Triangle, they also met with the residents at Sono, and then they also met with the North Unity program. I like how they complement the Wild Mile with their park. They show it as a amenity and a connection to their park. I'm encouraged by the larger units of affordable housing. 3 and 4 bedrooms is something that we never get. So this will probably be the most large units of affordable housing that we've gotten this year. So I'm very excited about that. The affordable ownership, which has, we usually don't get a lot of ownership. We usually get a lot of for rental affordable housing. I also like the fact that on the 10 offsite units he's building is townhomes. It's affordable. It's beautiful. It's in the area of my ward over on Sacramento and Harrison, where we don't have development. It's actually across the street from a public housing development. This developer not only met the WBE quotas, but he also encouraged the contractor to partner with a minority contractor if the general contractor is not going to be a minority contractor. But also on his development on Harrison Street, he actually is allowing for young men from the community who's getting into construction and development to build and own one of the units. So African-American men from the West Side are going to build and own one of those townhomes for themselves. So he's basically mentoring them to help show them how to become developers. So I appreciate this developer, appreciate everything that he's done. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, it wasn't always like this. We had to whoop him in line to get him where he is today, but it's better because of it, and we have a good relationship both together and helping the community. So I really appreciate him, and also his son. I think his son is the one who's really encouraging him to do what's right. But him and his son, for all of the things that they're doing with this, and being sensitive to all of the neighbors in the community. I would say, as you all noticed, you know, they talked about the sight line. I want you all to know, just for the record, I do not make decisions based on views, right? So that's on their part that they did that, but we don't make decisions based on views. But that's encouraging that they did work with the Sono residents. I'm happy that they've accepted this development, and I'm happy that they've accepted the diversity that's happening here and more to come in this area. And I appreciate the Department of Planning, Transportation, and all of the departments that have been engaged with this. I think planning for actually initially changing the Halsted Triangle plan in order to be able to allow for something like this to happen. This is where things are moving. This is where all the transportation is. This complements the other industrial areas to the west where folks who live in there, who work in their industries can have a diverse place to live, because a lot of these industries have diverse workers with diverse incomes, and a lot of them want to live close to where they work. And this gives them a lot of opportunities and a lot of choices to be able to live closer to where they work. So I just want to say I'm excited about this, and I ask for this body's support. And of course, I have to recuse myself on voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderman. And indeed, this really is a good example of that relationship, right? Of really trying to make it better, taking into account the stakeholders and the residents in the area, and working with staff, both DPD and Department of Transportation. So with that, do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to Business Plan Development 1292 submitted by the Shops at Big Deal LLC for the property generally located at 1465-1483 North Kingsbury Street, 835-919 West Blackhawk Street, slash 1450-1472 North Dayton Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
Moved
So
by
moved.
Commissioner Shaw.
Second, Garza.
Moved by Commissioner Shaw, seconded by Commissioner Garza. Any more discussion on the motion? With that, I will do a roll call vote. And let me also note for the record, at 10:30, Commissioner Grossman joined us. So on this vote, Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is a recusal, Commissioner Cordova is a yes, Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd, Commissioner Garza,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Grossman,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas, and Commissioner Wagersplatt.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney is an aye. Commissioner Tunney.
Oh, great, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Villegas is an aye as well.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank
Charlotte.
you very much. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Happy New Year to you as well. The next item on the agenda is a proposed plan development submitted by Chicago Journeyman Plumber Local 130, UA and Chicago Title and Trust Company Land Trust number 15408 for the property generally located at 1340 West Washington Boulevard. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from C1-3 Neighborhood Commercial District to DX-3 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to a planned development. The applicant proposes the construction of a new 7-story parking and retail structure along the West Randolph Street side of the property. Proposed use of the resulting development is commercial and retail on the ground floor, with accessory and non-accessory vehicular parking behind and on the floors above. The overall plan development will contain 647 non-accessory vehicular parking stalls. This is in the 27th Ward. Joshua Sohn will provide the context overview, and the applicant will then present the proposal.
Good morning. Can I just confirm that you all can hear me and see the screen?
We can hear you. And we can see the screen.
Okay. So good morning. For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1340 West Washington Boulevard and is located within the near West Side community area within the 27th Ward. The applicant, Chicago Title Land Trust Company, and Chicago Journeyman Plumbers Local 138 UA, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a planned development at the subject site. The request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago zoning ordinance, Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the plan development review and approval is required for non-accessory parking in the D zoning district as part of this first phase of development known as Sub-Area B. The total investment for the build out of Sub-Area A is approximately $25 million and is anticipated to provide 200 to 250 construction jobs and about 50 permanent jobs post-construction. The applicant would like to start construction in spring of 2021, with the project opening 1 year later in the spring of 2022. The subject site is located in the central planning region in the near west side community area, as mentioned before, which from 2014 to 2018 had a population of just under 63,000 people. This is a 35% increase in population change from 2000. Another thing to note is that as of 2013, the largest share of general land use was under the category transportation and other, with 43.2% or about 1,500 acres. This PD in total is 4.1 acres. This is an aerial view of the site that provides context. Here you can see the major streets in the West Loop, North Ogden to the west, West Randolph to the north, and West Washington to the south, and North Ada to the east. In the upper left hand, you can see North Ashland and where Fulton Market is located. The project qualifies as a transit served location, or TSL, due to its proximity to both the Ashland CTAL station and specifically the Ashland bus route served by the 9 and the X9 buses. Here. This provides a zoning context for the subject site. It abuts other C1-3 neighborhood commercial district zone designations. In close proximity are PDs that previously had a base zoning of DX-5 downtown mixed use district. As you can see here, those PDs. This illustrates the type of land uses surrounding the subject site area, which is in yellow. And looking north, the immediate area to the north is made up of formerly industrial use, low rise, but now growing in height, buildings that have since been converted to a mix of uses that range from fitness amenities to commercial spaces or larger office spaces to restaurants. Now looking to the east across Ada Street, right here you can see the Montessori Academy of Chicago West Loop and a mix of other uses, and you can see the loop in the distance. To the west, looking towards Union Park, this west side is bordered by low density commercial, medical, and institutional uses, such as the Plumbers Union Training Facility in the foreground, the Fraternal Order of Police, and the Chicago Patrolmen's Federal Credit Union right here on the left. Looking south, you have a mix of similar uses to the north with a mix of smaller commercial and office space. However, now you have more residential, as you can see. To give you an idea of the building stock in the immediate vicinity, these buildings are either on site or immediately adjacent to the site. So here you have the Plumbers Training Facility. This is the orange rated auditorium building. In the future, this is part of Sub-Area B, which is looking to be raised. This is to the northwest site, a restaurant, and these two are all off-site across the street. Mr. Michael Fitzgerald with OKW Architects and others from the applicant team will now take it from here to explain the project timeline and other details. Thank you.
Hi, thanks, Josh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Fitzgerald with OKW Architects. And on behalf of Jim Coyne and Ken Turnquist, as well as the 6,100 members of Local 130, we appreciate your time and consideration this morning. Joining me are members of our team with OKW Architects, the project architects for this development, along with members from the zoning attorneys of Shane Banks, including Jerry Shane, Bill Banks, Tyler Manick, and Leslie Magnavasco, as well as the plumbers general counsel, Greg Jose, and even representatives from Farpoint, who will be acting as the union's owner's rep during construction of the project. As Josh noted, the site, it should be noted that the plumbers have actually been on that site in the West Loop for over 100 years. They are certainly a rooted institution in the West Loop, and they've seen a lot of changes throughout the decades. Many businesses have left the West Loop, while residents have moved into the West Loop. But through those years, the plumbers have been a consistent entity and good neighbor to not only the West Loop and beyond Chicagoland. And as Josh shows, we have met with all the neighborhood groups and including some of the immediate neighbors, especially the Montessori school immediately to the east of the property. The union is, as I mentioned, is rooted in the neighborhood, and they continue to do that with their significant investments. As you are likely aware, they recently completed a world-class training facility on their campus and are looking to invest with this parking garage to the tune of $25 million. Josh, if you could move into the next slide, please. As Josh mentioned, the site is the overall property is about 4 acres or more. And to start with, why parking garage? Very different from the project that you just recently saw. It's purely out of need, but it's not only out of need for the plumbers union, it's out of need for the neighborhood. And we feel that that is a great benefit to the community of the plumbers themselves, as well as the broader community of the West Loop. The parking garage, the proposed parking garage would serve the members who are coming for training, who are coming for events at the large scale auditorium building. Those journeymen and women who work in the neighborhood on many of the construction projects going on. But the parking garage is also available to serve the general public. And I think we all have heard and truly understand the parking challenges that the West Loop has faced as it has evolved over the recent years. And we feel that that this will be a great benefit to everyone around. Before jumping into where we were going to place this 500-car parking garage, we really wanted to study the broader context and then certainly the immediate site. And we wanted to not necessarily design the building without taking into consideration how the site could further evolve over time. And so we've taken this 4-acre site and divided it into 3 sub-areas. The darker blue area we're calling sub-area A, which is the garage itself and really the focus of today's presentation. But the reason that it's slid off of the corner of Ada is that at some time, the union would like to consider developing that stretch along Ada, again, in some type of mixed use, predominantly commercial building, to really see where the market is. So the garage sits more mid-block on Randolph rather than at the hard corner. Josh, next slide, please. As I noted, these have been divided into these 3 sub-areas, with sub-area A being just about an acre of property comprising about a quarter of the campus. Next slide, please. This overall site plan starts to depict that parking garage itself, really focusing on access. As was noted, this is proximate to CTA and bus lines. We also wanted to make sure that the project addressed the streetscape and the pedestrian environment along Randolph, certainly enhancing what is currently there, which is a surface parking lot with some active uses along the streetscape. So we're fronting Randolph with retail, with commercial space, with 2 levels of parking immediately behind it. But the parking garage itself is not accessed directly off of Randolph or off of Ada. It's really accessed off an internal private drive that currently exists that has connections to both Randolph and at the south on Washington. And it's along this internal drive, which in some ways replaces the old side street of Loomis that used to cut through the property. It's off this internal driveway that the garage itself is accessed. And what we anticipate that doing is really mitigate or eliminate any possibilities of vehicles backing up onto Randolph trying to get into here, but also providing multiple access points to be able to disperse vehicles out of the garage throughout the day. Next slide, please. Zooming in on that ground floor plan, the tan area along the front does show about 12,000 square feet of commercial space. The union has been in discussions with many local merchants and looking at possibilities of coffee shop or restaurant, and really being able to take advantage of the wide street or the wide sidewalk out in front to be able to have these food uses and be able to spill out onto the sidewalk with some outdoor seating. And so this active use along Randolph creates this great amenity for the community, and it does buffer 2 levels of parking that are behind it. The first 2 levels of parking would be exclusive use for the plumbers union. There's a direct access off this internal drive, and then just south of that direct access in green in the lower left corner is the ramp that accesses all levels of parking. You do see that the dash line off to the left indicates that the garage on the upper floors does extend over this internal access drive and provide some cover for a couple rows of at-grade parking. Additionally, on the ground floor, we're providing 36 bike spaces, 2 dozen near the street, and then another dozen within the parking garage itself. And then all utility services are accessed off the existing private alley to the south between the building and the existing auditorium building. Back along Randolph in the center of the building is the core of the building in green that accesses all floors of parking. It's right up on Randolph because though this is a private investment by the union, this really is a public amenity. We want to make sure that its front door does face the public realm. Josh, if you go to the next slide, please. This shows the 3rd floor, but it is a typical level for most cases. As you can see, it's predominantly parking with the ramp along the back side of the building. On the 3rd level, we are carving out an area for an outdoor covered terrace that sits directly above the ground floor commercial space to provide some great amenity of outdoor dining, be it now or throughout the year. And typically there are about 100 parking spaces though on every floor. Next slide, please. This is a section cut through the site facing east towards the city, Randolph to the left and Washington off to the right, to give it a sense of scale, but also how these levels of parking stack on top of behind and on top of the retail. The Randolph Street facade of parking is set back from the property line while the retail facade is pulled forward to provide a little bit more prominence for the retail. Another major component of this project really speaks to the mission of the union. They've been at the forefront of sustainability well before it was a word in our vocabulary as it pertains to building and energy efficiency. Unlike most parking garages, this parking garage has a roof, and it's not solely to provide cover for those parking on the top floor, cover from either the sun in the summer or the snow soon to fall. But it is a 1 acre, just about a 1 acre roof that will be harvesting rainwater. And then we will be storing that rainwater at the ground floor and in the basement to be used throughout their campus. The union noted to us quite some time ago they use only about 5% or less of their water use comes from the city. The vast majority of their water use is reused, recirculated, and harvested. And again, this explains and reiterates their commitment to sustainable design, primarily with water usage. But there are also other elements that we are proposing for this project that do include electronic vehicle charging stations, given that this is a major transportation element. Significant landscape, not only out in front, but as you will see on the building itself. And energy efficient LED lighting throughout the project. Josh, if you go to the next slide, please. This aerial view in context does show that that 1 acre roof. It sits atop of the building and the massing of the building and how it sits on the site. You do see ghosted in this, this potential development immediately to the east, not proposed at this point. We would obviously be in front of the community, the aldermen, the neighborhood groups, and the Department of Planning and Development as that moves forward. But we just wanted to indicate and depict how the building does sit on the site in context with its campus and surrounding neighborhood, and emphasize the roof as well. Josh, if you go to the next slides, we start to look at this proposed building as it would sit from a pedestrian standpoint on the street. This is a view along Randolph looking east, southeast. And the major components of this are a clearly designated base, middle, and top. The plumbers and our whole team really wanted to make sure that this building, although feel fresh and certainly feel part of the campus of the union, which does include the new training facility, we wanted this to fit in with the context of the neighborhood, both the historical and the more contemporary context of the neighborhood. And so from a massing standpoint, we feel that we're able to emphasize that with this strong retail base and even a cap to the building, but also in the use of materials. Josh, next slide, please. The materials being proposed are one that are very much consistent with the campus and with the neighborhood. The retail portion is comprised of floor to ceiling glass at that retail level to provide maximum transparency into those uses, and then a brick area that kind of caps off that tall 1-story piece in dark, warm tones. And then the majority of the facade is this articulated rhythm of cementitious panels and punched openings, as well as large-scale planters to provide not only some visual interest and life to this, but to provide actual growing material on the building as well. And then you see the roof that caps off the 7th floor of the building. In the center of the building is the core, very prominent, very glassy, so that it becomes very open and noticed for the community to be able to access the levels of parking from both a visibility and a safety standpoint. Part of our sustainable strategies that we're proposing are the use of glass in this vertical tower will be bird-friendly, bird protection glass, so that we can be sensitive to our flying neighbors and the West Loop as well. Josh, next slide, please. We start to pinwheel around the building. This is a view actually taken from the training center's 2nd floor outdoor terrace looking northeast. The architecture continues around all 4 sides of the building, even to the south side that sticks out beyond the auditorium building before it is obscured by the auditorium building. The same articulation of planters and materials throughout the facade. I think one last image, Josh, please. Another view along Randolph from the corner of Ada and Randolph, looking southwest as you see the materials carrying around. On the east facade, it should be noted that depending upon the schedule of this perhaps sub area B or phase 2 of a project, we were not proposing planters at the get-go, but through conversations with the neighborhood groups, we have been in discussion with them about potentially commissioning local artists to be able to provide a mural or some public artwork on this facade. So that will be an ongoing conversation with the community so that they can play a part in this as well. The one thing that this image does not depict that will be included is the hard corner of Ada and Randolph. We will continue. Currently, there is a landscape buffer that will remain, and then the surface parking lot that sits in that corner will be replaced by green space for the time being until whenever there may be a phase 2. One more slide, please, Josh, or 2 more. So this is an image from Randolph, obviously looking eastbound towards the loop, taken just last month, a beautiful autumn day, showing the surface parking lot that currently exists. And the hope is that, well, by the autumn of 2022, Josh, next slide, please, we would have a completed project that serves not only the union and its members, but the community at large. Some last minute comments. I mentioned some of the community benefits that this project would provide, but also some economic benefits that currently don't exist right now. In addition to the 200+ construction jobs for the 14-month construction phase that is being proposed, there's significant tax revenue generator, both from the retail component on the ground floor and from the parking itself, that we really feel will be an economic benefit for the neighborhood and for the city at large. With that, I'll hand it back over to Josh, and our team is available for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thanks. So the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant team, and we have concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate for the following reasons. It is in compliance with the following plan development standards and guidelines. For section 17-8-0901, uses both density and intensity is evidenced by the density, use, and building height. Section 17-8-0904-A, transportation, traffic, circulation, and parking is evidenced by the proposed programming of the circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and motor vehicles. Section 17-8-0904-C, parking is evidenced by breaking up large parking lots with buildings and landscaping. And section 17-8-0904-D, parking in D districts as evidenced by lining active uses for a minimum depth of 20 feet for any portion of a multi-level parking garage not located below grade. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding the project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While I'm waiting to see if other commissioners have questions, I have a quick question. I didn't hear any mention, so I'm wondering, Mr. Fitzgerald, how you'll be addressing safety in the multi-story parking garage.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for that question. The campus is currently monitored by a number of cameras, and the parking garage itself will also be monitored by a number of cameras that the union monitors. And they will be controlling access to the garage as well. Those are the two main features to address the security.
Great, thank you. Oh, and we're glad to see you too. I was wondering if maybe you didn't realize you weren't on video, and I was going to.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I thought I turned my camera on as I was clicking a number of buttons and realized it didn't come on until.
And I almost said something. I said, "Do you want us to see you, or are you still in your pajamas?"
My apologies.
No problem. Glad to see you now, Commissioner Brumfeld. You're on mute. There you go. We still can't hear you, Commissioner.
Hello.
There you go.
Can
Now we gotcha.
Yeah, sorry, having some connection issues. I'll make my comments brief. I fully understand the need for parking in the area and do not necessarily oppose the use or the scale itself, but I must say the design approach feels dated. Given the visibility that the structure has on Randolph, I've hoped to see a design solution whose facade doesn't mimic or simplify an expression of a bland residential building. I think there are a few cases or examples in our city that have kind of gone above and beyond, the idea of how to explore a more creative use or facade for parking structures. And there's some great examples across the country. But I am somewhat concerned that we are reinforcing the trend of kind of a mediocre approach in terms of how we actually address parking structures from a design standpoint, especially in prominent locations such as itself. Such as this where this building is located. So I just wanted to make those comments because I think we have to kind of think about this as a commission of how we actually address parking. Not that we need to screen it or hide its use, but there are some.
So we're not hearing you right now, Commissioner. Shucks. Want to try again? We didn't hear the last couple of sentences.
I'll end it here. I'm sorry, my connection is not well today. So
What did you say at the very end? Because we didn't hear that.
no, I think that we on the Plan Commission really need to think a little bit more about how we actually want to address designs for parking structures. We know that they're needed across the city. We're not, I think we need to kind of raise the bar in terms of the quality. This isn't about screening the use of it, but really trying to find more creative ways actually to address them so they're just, not kind of replications or mimics of the existing context.
So it might be interesting to have some kind of, I don't know, something where we can, sort of have presented to us some ideas about what might be some creative approaches to parking. Maybe that's something we could work with DPD to have a presentation on it, or some additional forum or something to increase that conversation. I mean, that's what's difficult about these moments, right? The project is brought before us and it raises issues that then maybe those are issues we need to follow up on more generally. So maybe we need a bigger conversation about what might be the possibilities around parking garages and what might be creative ways to approach them. And so maybe we'll leave it to Commissioner Brumfeld to help us follow up on that. Commissioner Lyons.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all for your presentation. And first, I just wanted to also thank the members of Local 130. I know during this time, during COVID, plumbers and other essential workers have been so critical for the health of our communities. And so I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you're doing day in and day out. And with regard to this project, I think, in particular, it's exciting to hear about the garage also serving for training for folks who are going to be involved in training and training opportunities. And I know the Local 130 does a tremendous training program and apprenticeship programs, and on the cutting edge of sustainability. So I think this is a great project, particularly given that it'll hopefully serve those trainees, and I think you've done a very good job of being thoughtful, engaging with the community, and being a good neighbor. So appreciate that and sort of walking us through that process. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox.
Yes, again, to acknowledge the Plumbers Union being a long time tenant and gonna probably provide not just parking accommodations for their members, but for a resource for the larger Fulton Market area. I will say that the parking structure itself while, I mean, I understand parking as a necessary, evil of urban development, it's extremely useful and also preferably out of sight in general. And so to some extent, I agree that I think we all know that there are multiple ways to accommodate parking where it doesn't become the predominant use in the public right of way. And I know that Chairwoman, there was certainly no shortage of conversation with our staff, planning staff, of trying to help them perhaps do a model where the parking wasn't the featured land use as it comes to the street. So I think there are clearly models, and this is one of them. It's somewhat outdated model. Sometimes where the predominant use is parking, it actually makes it hard to get an anchor quality lease on the ground floor because the tenant is still, in a parking garage. So you may not get a fine dining restaurant. So I certainly hope that the larger vibrancy of the street will help them land an anchor tenant. But I think there are many, many things that certainly would have been useful to address the issue of scale in the neighborhood. This building is going to be much bigger than any of the buildings surrounding it. And I think there were ways of which that scale could have blended in better with the neighborhood. But once again, I think all of those suggestions were rejected by the applicant. So I'm always a little concerned when I see parking garages that are trying to masquerade as residential buildings, but they don't have tenants, they don't have residents, they don't have windows, so they can inadvertently come off as looking like abandoned buildings. So I understand the benefit of parking. I certainly would have appreciated a more collaborative relationship with the sponsors of the project, but we didn't have that. So it is brought to you as is. But I thought I would just share, while it certainly meets the letter of the law, it certainly is looks backwards instead of forwards in terms of what parking is doing in urban areas today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So yet another comment suggesting that we ought to have some kind of further discussion about best practices and possibilities and creative design around parking structure.
Well, but I would say that conversation was had. So it's just a question of whether you have a willing partner to pursue those. There was a considerable work done to try to bring a level of innovation to the conversation. It simply was not received.
And we have seen that when comments are received, we see the quality, the difference that it makes in the quality. I have a question that's not related to the design or even the land use, so it's somewhat unrelated, but and this ties in more with my ongoing interest around employment and issues of youth joblessness in our communities. And I get this comment / question all the time. And so I'm just, and I don't know if anybody even here can answer that question, this question I'm going to ask, and I know it's not exactly directly relevant, but I'm just wondering how much effort there is around diversity issues with respect to not only this development, but also with respect to the plumbers union. How much inclusiveness are we seeing around this? And again, I know it's not directly relevant, and I'm not sure anybody on the call can even answer it, but I know it's something that I get a lot of people asking me about it or commenting to me about it. So is anybody equipped to answer that question? Or
Sure, Ms. Cordova. I think I'll give a quick brief answer, and then I'll turn it over to Ken Turnquist with the union itself to talk more about the union's diversity. As far as it pertains to the construction jobs for this project, a contractor is yet to be selected, a general contractor. But the plumbers, obviously being in the world of construction, they're committed to the 26% minority business enterprise and 6% women business enterprise minimums for construction and for the project on a whole. As far as it pertains to diversity within the union itself, Ken Turnquist is on today's meeting, and if he could be available to answer the question, I'd turn the floor to him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Good morning, everybody. This is Ken Turnquist with the plumbers. As far as our construction, all the general contractors were given notice that MBE and WBE would be 26% and 6% of everybody that would be working on the project. I know we have talked with Commissioner Cox and on some possible changes to the garage. And from my point of view, I mean, I'm spending $26 million on a garage that we tried to make it look as part of the community and not as a garage. And, some of our rainwater technology with the plantings and the garage and, you know, collecting the rainwater and having enough storage. So when the other parcel B went up, we'd also have enough rainwater to serve that building as well. And some of the ideas that came from the Planning Commission would cost us more money than we already have figured or invested in the property. And, you know, if somebody would have said something, you know, when we first started this, yeah, we could have made the building longer, but now we're looking at, you know, another $12, $13 million for caissons to go to the west to shorten the property and to kind of make it look like it's not a garage. I thought we did a great job at it, but we're trying everything to appease the city and the neighborhood. We're going to use the garage probably where it's at capacity, probably 15 times a year. The rest of it would be for our members that work downtown. Parking downtown, they can park here and, you know, ride their bike down there or one of the new scooters that are out. But we're from our standpoint, we're trying to help our membership. We're trying to keep everything in Chicago, our training facility. We want people to come down to the city, whether it's for their extended educations, license testing. And right now, if you guys don't like the design, I really don't have more money to redesign the building. Would end up just staying a surface parking lot. Meeting with the membership and do what we can to get them a garage built because they're paying, you know, 25 cents an hour right now, going to that garage fund so we can get more members down here. And on a normal meeting, which is the second Tuesday of every month, we're right around between 500 and 600 members that want to come down. Now, 4 years ago, there really wasn't an issue because the west side was more commercial, residential, so there was parking, you know, after 4:30. Now that the area has changed and everything is residential, there's no parking for blocks. So we were trying to help our membership get the training we need so it's down here in the state-of-the-art school. Work with the city to let the neighborhood use the property. If I gotta spend more money, I just don't have that money available. So it's just gonna have to remain and I don't know that that really helps street beautification. I'm just speaking from what I know and what we're trying to do. There's some other things. Maybe Mike can talk with, Mr. Cox and I'm not getting any money from any private or public stuff. It's the members' money I'm spending, and I have to be diligent in how I spend it. And I thought we did a pretty good job. So, any other questions I can answer, I would be more than happy to.
So we did hear some breakup in your presentation, but I think mostly we got most of it. I did hear at the very end where you said you're willing to take any questions. Will you do me a favor and state your name again for the record so that the recorder make sure she has your record, because you're not James Coyne, or are you?
No, I am not. My name is Kenneth Turnquist. I'm the financial secretary treasurer for Plumbers Local 130.
Okay, great.
Jim's not available.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that we had the recording there. Any questions from Mr.
Madam,
Go ahead, Commissioner. Well, let me go ahead and turn to Alderman Burnett. This is his district.
thank you, Madam Chair, because I actually have to get off the line in a moment. But first of all, I want to thank the Plumbers Union. The Plumbers Union has been in that community for over 100 years. When all of the other unions are selling their property because the property value has gone up so much and moving to the suburbs, the Plumbers Union is staying, right? And our community in the West Loop area, in particular on the West End, is really still evolving. So you can't say, to me, you can't say that a building don't match the community, because the community is going to change because it's constantly evolving. And quite frankly, it's evolving to taller buildings, right? More density, because this is like an area where, this is the central area where we encourage more density. But with all of the buildings that are being built over in the community, the Department of Planning allow for all these buildings to not have parking, right? They do TODs. They don't have to have one-to-one parking anymore. Planning been running away from parking and going in another direction, trying to get people in the community to use other type of transportation modes. This is a developer who wants to build a parking lot, right? Other developers do not want to build parking lot because it costs so much money. They're taking their members' money, building a parking lot in our community where, with all of the restaurants and all of the visitors that's coming to this area, is becoming one of the highest tourist communities in the country, that they are building a parking lot that would be available to everyone in the community. It will help all of those other businesses in the area that don't have parking to be able to have customers, give their customers an opportunity to have parking. We had a community meeting with the West Loopgate organization. They met with 3 other community organizations. Everyone was in support of it. We think it's beautiful. It's better than the parking lot that they have. As the representative from the Plumbing Union said, they don't have to build it. They can just keep the parking lot. I'm happy that they are building something, and I think it's a very attractive building. Matter of fact, everyone in the community thought it was a very attractive building, and is much better than what we have. And this is an amenity that's going to benefit the city and this community in a big way. So I asked for the other commissioners if you could support this. This is a good development for our community and a good amenity. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
of course, I have to recuse myself from this vote. Thank you.
And obviously the reason you recuse yourself is because you've been in conversation with them throughout this process. And actually I like the connection between the old and the new, right? The sort of the older style kind of, anyway, so I want to go to the vote before Alderman Cox, or Commissioner Cox now, has to leave. Is something quickly, Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to underscore so that my comments would be understood. I am supportive of what the Plumbers Union is attempting to do. I do think that it will provide a service beyond their membership to the Fulton Market area, and parking is a necessary consequence of urban development. That said, this project has not changed one iota from when the development team brought it to the planning department. So I would just say that a very robust conversation about how to make improvements to the overall design were offered, and none were accepted. So, if our job is to not make improvements to plans and just accept them as on face value, then that's what we have. And I certainly can support it. But I just, the prior development proposal we saw with the park was a result of a genuine collaboration between the developer, the architect, and the planning staff. This parking structure was not. And I'm happy to support it because I think it's a necessary use, but it certainly doesn't represent how we would like to engage applicants and developers of essential uses in an area like the Fulton Market. So I just wanted to be on record for clarifying that point.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. So with that, do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by Chicago Journeyman Plumber, Local 130, UA, and Chicago Title and Trust Company, Land Trust number 15408, for the property generally located at 1340 West Washington Boulevard, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Commissioner Garza, make the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Second?
Tunney seconds.
Commissioner Tunney, thank you so much. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld?
You can come on, hurry up. So I gotta go back on camera. Just a vote. And
Is
then
that a
I'll-
yes, Commissioner Brumfeld?
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett has recused himself. Commissioner Cordova, a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Garza?
Yes.
Commissioner Grossman? Commissioner Grossman? Commissioner Grossman? Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, I'm not sure if you made it back. Commissioner Novata?
Yes.
Oops. Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Wagasbach?
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
The next item on the agenda is a proposed amendment to residential institutional plan development number 253, submitted by the applicant Misericordia Home for the property generally located at 6300 North Ridge and 1925 West Tome Avenue. The amendment to the plan development is to accommodate an expansion in the boundaries of the plan development. The applicant proposes the construction of 16 new intermediate care facility buildings on the newly added land. It is in the 40th Ward. Paul Reese will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Paul Reese with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Misericordia Home, and their development team appear here today to request a change in the zoning designation from RS3 residential single family to RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit, and then to plan development 253. The amendment to the plan development would expand the boundaries to include the property at 1925 West Home and allow the construction of 16 new intermediate care residential facilities. The subject site is located in the North Planning region and in the West Ridge community area in the 40th Ward. The West Ridge community area is a diverse, vibrant community where the total population is roughly 77,000 people. Over 52% of residents are white, 22% are Asian, 18% Hispanic, and 13% African American. A community meeting was held in January of 2020, feedback from which was used to decide to not vacate Tome Avenue and Winchester Avenue as originally proposed. 1925 Tome was the site of the former site of the Chicago Town and Tennis Club, an orange-rated building purchased by Misericordia in 2018. After the required 90-day demolition delay and an additional 90-day delay, demolition permit was issued on June 16th of 2020, and the building was demolished on June 18th. This site is generally bound by Devon Avenue to the north, Ridge Avenue to the east, and Granville to the south. The site is situated in a primarily residential area with proposed addition abutting Emerson Park. It's served by the CTA bus route number 155 on Devon Avenue. This is the overall site plan showing their entire 31-acre campus, where through a spectrum of different residential options on campus and in the community, and with a wide variety of programs, Misericordia currently serves more than 600 children and adults with developmental disabilities. At this point, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Ed Cuss, who will walk through the development specifics and explain their proposal.
Thank you, Paul. Can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Cordova and members of the commission. My name is Ed Cuss with the Taft Law Firm located at 111 East Wacker in Chicago. I am pleased to be here this morning on behalf of Misericordia Home, which is seeking approval to expand its campus. Joining me this morning are Sister Rosemary Connolly, Executive Director of Misericordia, Father Jack Clare, Associate Executive Director, Kevin Connolly, CFO, Hugh Connolly, Director of Development, and Doug Moser, the Project Architect with HKM Architects. Being mindful of the Commission's time, not everyone will speak, but everyone will be available to answer any questions the Commission may have. If you live in Chicago, you are undoubtedly aware of Misericordia Home and its extraordinary work with children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Misericordia currently serves 600 children and adults on its campus and has a waiting list of over 300 people. Misericordia, which is generally located at 6300 North Ridge, seeks to amend PD 253 by adding the property located at 1925 West Thome. The Thome parcel is approximately 2.86 acres, and the current campus is just under 32 acres. The proposed amendment is mandatory due to the acquisition of the Thome property and the need to expand the boundaries of PD 253. Adding the Thome parcel will allow for the construction of approximately 16 new intermediate care facility buildings. There will be 14 two-story buildings, which will house between 6 and 8 residents. And there will be 2 one-story buildings, which will house 4 residents. Approximately 48 staff members will live with and assist the residents. The architecture of the buildings is similar to the other buildings located throughout the campus. A driveway is planned through the site, which will give the newly improved parcel the feel of a quiet residential street. This is of critical importance to Misericordia, given the nature of the population it serves. As I stated earlier, if you live in Chicago, you are sure to know of Misericordia Home. Similarly, if you live in Chicago, you are sure to know of Sister Rosemary Connolly, who has dedicated with great passion over 50 years of her life to Misericordia. I would like to introduce Sister Rosemary to briefly say a few words about the need for this expansion. Sister Rosemary, can you join us? Sister Rosemary, are you there?
Thank you, Ed. Thank you to the commissioners and staff for this opportunity to be with you today to speak about this very important project. As the Executive Director of Misericordia, I have had the privilege and the pleasure of sharing life with our vulnerable population since 1969. Today, Misericordia has more than 600 children and adults living on our 30-acre North Side campus, and also some live in 13 homes in the neighborhoods. They range from 4 years of age to 72 years of age, and their abilities and disabilities range from those who are completely dependent on our staff for all of their needs to those with mild to moderate developmentally disabilities. We are able to offer them jobs, therapy, medical, nursing services, recreation opportunities, and spiritual opportunities as well. We also have about 200 people who come to our day program or recreation programs, although not at this time due to COVID. But the reason why this property is so important to us is that we have more than 300 people on our waiting list. And this property will allow us to reach out to a good number of them. With over 10,000 people waiting for residential services in Illinois alone, this property will allow us to reach out to some who have been waiting years to come into residential placement at Misericordia. We also appreciate your understanding how vulnerable our population truly is and our need to protect them as much as possible when our residents are crossing the street, Thome and Winchester. Thank you again for all you are doing to help us get to the construction phase. And now I turn it back to Ed.
Thank you, Sister. I would like to ask Doug Moser, the project architect with HKM, to walk you through the site plan and the buildings and the various elevations of them. Doug? Doug, are you there?
You might need to turn off, if you have the live stream going, you need to turn it off, or if you have it on more than one device. Go ahead, Mr. Moser, or Moser.
Mr. Mosser has two devices. That's why. If
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's usually when that happens. There you go. Mr. Moser, if you can turn off one of your devices and then unmute the other. We'll give him another minute or two. You've got two devices on. One of them needs to go off, and then one needs to be unmuted. Mr. Moser, are you there? Okay. We are not hearing you. We are not seeing you. Mr. Moser, we know you're on two devices. You could unmute one of them and turn the other off. All right, Mr. Cuss, can we go back to you maybe and round this up then?
Yes. Doug, can you unmute yourself? And there you go. Doug?
Mr. Mosser, we can see you now, but we still cannot hear you. You have unmuted from one device.
Actually, it's unmuted from two devices.
Yeah, from both.
We need you to turn off one of them.
Doug? Can you start, Doug?
We don't hear you. There's something with your volume, maybe?
No, we can read your lips, but we can't hear you.
So you may have turned down the volume on both for the feedback, but the reason you get the feedback is when you have two devices on. You can only have one device on. Otherwise, we'll get that echo. It looks like he's getting some tech help over there from somebody younger. That's usually what we need, right? So he still has two devices on
Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes.
right now. And the other device is still on though, so we're probably gonna get an echo. We can get one of them turned off. You have a phone on?
Well, we can disconnect from that if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
Sure, I'll just kill that other thing.
Bear with us one more moment.
There it went. Okay, fantastic. Okay, now try and see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can. All right, ready to roll.
All right. The pedestrian context, you're looking at Winchester Avenue, which is the photo is obviously the existing conditions. There's Misericordia building on the left, on the upper left is the apartment building. And then you get into in the middle is the Misericordia Aquatic Center, and then the start of the main building. I'm going to go to Thome Avenue. The long elevation you see there is the main building. That is the original, one of the original Misericordia Orphanage, Angel Guardian Orphanage buildings. It's an 1,100-foot corridor with wings that project to the north. That 1,100-foot corridor is basically the internal street for Misericordia, and it connects their greenhouse inn, their kitchen, their auditorium, their chapel, nursing facilities, dental facilities, the aquatic center. That's the main internal protected street for Misericordia. The character that we're doing with these 16 homes, and they are homes, two-story homes and 14 two-story homes and 2 ranch homes to create another residential village on the campus for the development of disabled residents. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is the streetscape. We've got a 20-foot private road, which will serve as a fire lane. And we're trying to recreate a residential neighborhood for the residents. While Misericordia is an institution, Sister Rosemary has insisted over the last 4 decades plus that we try and give the residents a feeling of home, and not as an institution. So they've gone out of their way to create a residential character on the campus. Next slide, please. This is the axonometric aerial perspective of this campus. On the upper right or upper left area, you see the main building in block form. And that is off of Thome Avenue. And you can see our street and the type of character of the residences that we're proposing. Next slide, please. Again, there's 16 residences here. There are 2 ranch units, which are off of that park area here. These are the 2 ranch units. The oval park that is there is serving 2 purposes. One is the park and providing some landscaping, obviously, but that's also where our detention structure would be located underneath there. Next slide, please. The plan on the left is the ranch unit. These are for non-ambulatory residents, so they will be in wheelchairs, some of which will be able to maneuver their wheelchairs, others will have to have staff, assisting them. So there's 4 residents in that ranch unit. In the 2-story unit, 2-story home, there will be up to 8, but it'll be probably 6 to 8, depending on the needs of the various residents. They may take some of those doubles. They may eliminate a double and turn it into a single. But basically, it's 2 doubles and 4 singles in each house, and they range from 4,113 square feet to 4,246 square feet. The footprint of each is approximately 2,100 square feet plus or minus. The floor plans will be the same for all 14 residences, but there will be 4 different elevation types, and we will be flipping and flopping those units. If you could move to the next slide, please. So this would be one of the styles of architecture that we're proposing. The materials we're using will be masonry, cement board siding, whether it's a vertical siding or a horizontal siding, and an asphalt shingle roof. And the height of the two-story buildings will not exceed 30 feet. The next slide, please. Another, variation on the architectural treatment. We're varying the bay windows, porches, et cetera, to give some, neighborhood character and not have the same elevation repeated. Next slide, please. Again, just another variation of the two-story residence. Next slide, please. And then the fourth variation of the two-story residence. Next slide. And this is the elevation of the ranch unit, the one-story. Next slide. And the landscape plan. We provided street trees, and meet the landscape requirements of the city. We are enhancing the landscaping along Thome and Winchester. So along Thome and Winchester, we are going to be providing a crosswalk here, and that locks into or directs us directly into the main entrance to the Misericordia main building. That's where the reception area is. That's where visitors go. That's where security is stationed as well. That entrance provides access to that 1,100-foot corridor, which gets the residents to work opportunities in the kitchen or the greenhouse inn, access to the chapel and the multi-purpose room, access to physical therapy and sensory therapy, as well as the pool building, which is at the far west end, as well as dental services. We had a series of conversations with the CDOT and traffic reviewer, and this crosswalk has been eliminated. And obviously that happened yesterday, and that slide has not been updated, but there is no crosswalk mid-block here. There will be crosswalks that are existing right now here, and we're adding another crossing here, which leads to the main west access to the rest of the campus. Next slide, please. We are complying with the sustainable development policy. We have 100 points that we're projecting. We're doing it through a number of different things. We will be exceeding the energy code by 10%. We will exceed the stormwater ordinance by 25%. We are providing working landscape, which is a variety of natural, native, and variety of plant types. Tree planting, soil amendments. We're reducing our indoor water usage by 40%. We're providing bike parking. We are providing 2 electric vehicle charging stations. And through our contractor, Walsh Construction, we will maintain and do the waste diversion by 80%. And we're also providing bird protection. Next slide, please. There will be 80 full-time jobs created and 150 construction jobs while the project is under construction. And we are committed through Walsh Construction to the minority business and women business and city residency requirements for construction. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it back to Paul.
Thank you, Doug. So the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed amendments to PD 253 would be appropriate for the following reasons. Promotes economically beneficial development patterns, promotes a unified planning and development, and promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle uses. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Land Use, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Chairwoman, you're muted.
That's probably why Paul didn't hear me say when I said he's Mr. Mosser. So I'm not seeing any hands by any of the commissioners. So I assume there are no questions. Alderman or Alderwoman Vasquez? You guys able to hear me?
Madam Chair, Alderman Vasquez opted not to join the call today, but Commissioner Cox did have his hand raised.
Okay, do we have a letter from the Alderwoman?
Yes, Alderman Vasquez submitted a letter to the Department of Planning.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, I did want to put this effort a little bit in context, and also because I had a chance to visit the site several times to understand the impact, the campus, some of the needs to protect the residents of the area. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting Sister Rosemary, but I will say it's such an honor to finally meet you, and thank you for the work that the Mesa Recordia does for this population. It's exemplary, and so fully support the effort. I know that one of the from the preservation side, there was a very handsome building there, orange rated building that I know the planning and preservation staff sought to preserve. But given the population and the needs, I certainly see how it wasn't, it really wasn't going to be appropriate for the type of care that Mesa Verde provides. So we unfortunately lost that building, but I think what we will gain is a stronger community and more appropriate accommodations for the population that live there. So I just want to thank you for your work, and thank you for bearing with us as we played out the different scenarios for how to preserve that building. But I am pleased with the outcome, and just again wanted to applaud the effort and the work that you're doing on behalf of Chicagoans.
Commissioner Villegas, followed by Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had this is a great project and I support it 100%. I just wanted to kind of just put out there, this is like the third or fourth presentation where I've seen where the developer and the team have committed to MWBE participation, which is awesome. However, when does the who reports back to this committee, and when do they report back as to the attainment? I mean, it's commendable that everyone's agreeing to it, which is great for economic development. But I'm just trying to figure out what the protocol is as it relates to those entities that are committing to meet the MWB requirements, and when do we see information back on that, just to make sure that it's being attained?
That's a great question, and we're going to be having a report towards the end of this meeting, and I really appreciate your question, Commissioner, because people agree to it, but then they don't always fill out the reporting, and so we don't really, a lot of the folks are not giving us the information to report and to tell us, in fact, that they've done it. And I think this is an issue. I'm not sure if the developer wants to address it now as to how he or they will guarantee that that in fact they not only agree to comply, but then will report when asked to report, they will submit those reports and indeed comply with it. And then I think we should bring this question back up again later in the meeting when we talk about this, because what you raise is a very important and ongoing issue.
Well,
Go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. And so, and I bring it up and I look forward to that discussion a little later during the meeting because of the fact that if it needs to be legislated, I'm willing to introduce legislation in order to do that, because I think it's very crucial, especially at this time when we're trying to increase the pool of contractors, engineers, architects, et cetera. That we just want to make sure that these folks that are committing to this are actually fulfilling their obligation once they've committed to it. So again, this is nothing at the current developer now. It's just that this was the third or fourth presentation that spoke about it, and this really I just wanted to get that on the record. But again, I look forward to supporting this project. This is a great project, and look forward to voting on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Villegas, that's really great that you'd want to follow this up with some legislative action on it, because or council action on it, because right now it's an executive order, and I think to get more teeth into it, that's exactly what we would need. And I think that what I would ask at that time also is that we break down the women category, because I've been frustrated that we're not getting the data and the breakdown of which women are we getting, quote unquote, minority women counted, and we're not.
Okay, yeah, well, I look forward to working with you, Madam Chair. We'll have that discussion a little later in the meeting, but definitely we'll put forward a draft and we can definitely add language.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Lyons, followed by Commissioner Shaw.
Just a comment, actually. Just wanted to say thank you for the staff and the development team for this presentation, and just wanted to recognize, thank you to Misericordia, to Sister Connolly and Father Claire for all of your work over the years, and excited to support this project and your ability to continue to do the great work that you're doing and expanding that. So great to see this project before us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. Commissioner, Chairman, everyone, I just wanted to also chime in and say that, I was very happy to see this project come in front of Plan Commission. The work that Sister Rosemary does and Misericordia does for children and people with disabilities is critical for our city and for our communities. And so having this type of project, which will enhance the ability to serve more, is just wonderful. I have to say that, usually I get a chance to see Sister Rosemary and all the kids during the wonderful holiday celebration that unfortunately due to COVID, we don't get to have. But hopefully next year at this time it'll be back, because you do that wonderful fundraising event where, we get to support the kids and the kids cook, and what you're doing for those children is just nothing short of wonderful and extraordinary. So thank you for everything that you do.
That's really nice, Commissioner Shaw. Thank you so much. Commissioner Grossman. Who is that?
Well, it's Commissioner Tunney, but I'll wait. I'm in the car without the ability to raise my hand.
Okay,
So.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. I'll call on you as soon as we get Commissioner Grossman. Go ahead, Commissioner Grossman. Can we get her unmuted? Commissioner Grossman. All right, let's go to Commissioner Tunney and we'll come back to Commissioner Grossman.
Thank you, Chairwoman Cordova. And I just want to echo my thoughts and support for this project. I have not known Sister Rosemary for the 50 years she's been there, but probably 40 of those. And realizing the work that Misericordia has done and will continue to do with this project being approved is, in my opinion, nothing short of miraculous. So I would love to be able to move this at the appropriate time, and am in total support of the project.
Fantastic. So unless we can get Commissioner Grossman if she can unmute herself. Her hand is up, but she's not muted. I mean, she's not unmuted. Commissioner Grossman. All right, well, Commissioner Honey, let me go to you to get a motion to propose amendment to residential institutional plan development number 253 submitted by the applicant, Ms. Recordia Home, for the property generally located at 6300 North Ridge and 1925 West Home Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved by Commissioner Shaw.
We were going to get to Tony, but go ahead.
I will yield to my sister, Commissioner Shaw, but I would like to second it. Thank you.
All righty, right on. Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Shaw, seconded by Commissioner Tunney. So again, I got to do the roll call vote. Commissioner Grossman, are you able to unmute? See if you still want to get your comment in. Okay, let me go to roll call vote. Can we get Kamal, can we get Commissioner Grossman unmuted so she can give us her vote? Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett, I think he was going to leave. He's gone. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Commissioner Grossman is not able to unmute. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes. Yes.
Well, maybe she stepped away. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, did you ever make it back? Commissioner.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm
Okay.
voting yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas. I think was going to be a yes.
Can you hear me now?
We can. We're in the middle
Sorry,
of the.
I'll shut up and you can call me back. I mean,
All right,
call
I'll
my
come
name.
in. I'll come in a second. Commissioner Villegas. We assume it's going to be yes because he's spoken in support of it. Maybe he'll come back in and give us a vote perhaps. And Commissioner Wagasbuck. I know the aldermen, they juggle committee meetings. Commissioner Wagasbuck. Okay, so he also stepped away. Commissioner Grossman.
Yes, and I wanted to say that I have to leave the meeting now. So that's what I wanted to let you know.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Grossman.
Oh, thank you. And
Holidays to you.
you all too. Take care.
So much, appreciate it.
Bye.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, we'll miss your Christmas singing this year. But okay, now item number 4. Next item on the agenda, or on the public hearing. Number 4. The next item on the agenda is the proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1329, as amended by the applicant 1050 Wilson Partners LLC for the property generally located at 1050 West Wilson. The amendment to the plan development would create 2 sub-areas and to allow for venue as permitted use, permit a theater use in the existing building located on the property. No other changes to the plan development are proposed. It's in the 46th Ward. Again, Paul Reese will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, commissioners. Again, for the record, my name is Paul Reese with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 1050 Wilson Partners LLC, and their development team appear here today to request approval of an amendment to residential business plan development 1329 to create 2 sub-areas and to allow for a venue as a permitted use, to permit a theater use in the existing building located on the property, along with some minor building siding and design modifications. The subject site is located in the North Planning Region and in the Uptown community area in the 46th Ward. The Uptown community has a total population of roughly 60,000 people, 56% of which are between 20 and 49 years of age. Shown here are some examples of the cultural, natural, and entertainment assets nearby. And this site at 1050 Wilson is on the northwest corner of Wilson and Kenmore. The site is situated on a mixed-use corridor with commercial and residential uses. It's served by the CTA red and purple line at the Wilson stop and several bus routes, and it is 3 blocks west of the lakefront parks and trails. This aerial view shows the relation to the Wilson L stop to the west, surrounding neighborhood. Current conditions consist of an existing orange-rated former bank building, which will remain, and a parking lot which will be developed with a 5-story, 62-unit mixed-use building with around 2,500 square feet of retail. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to Katie Jenke-Dale, who will walk through the development specifics and explain their proposal.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, which represents the applicant in this matter. I'm joined today by Mark Heffron from Cedar Street, as well as Michael Wilkinson and Greg Gibson from Level Architects. As staff indicated, this is an existing building, or an existing plan development rather, and as part of this amendment, we would be creating 2 sub-areas shown on the screen. Sub-area A would be the existing orange-rated former bank building, which would remain, and sub-area B would be the proposed residential building. Next slide. This slide shows the existing pedestrian context from the south and east, as well as proposed building elevations, which will be discussed by the architects in more detail later in our presentation. Next. And here are some additional existing and proposed views along Kenmore. This plan development was originally approved in October of 2016 after a robust community process that was led by Alderman Kappelman. This amendment was filed earlier this year and would make the changes shown on the screen, both to the use of the existing orange-rated building as well as the proposed new construction building on the parking lot. With that, I'll turn it over to Michael Wilkinson from Level Architects to take you through the building plans in more detail. Michael?
Thank you, Katie. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to the next slide? As Katie mentioned, this PD had been approved several years ago for a taller building, and so our plan calls for a shorter building. And because of the configuration of the site, as you can see in this image, we're basically faced with 3 exposed facades and not really much of a back of house orientation to the building. So our retail, we projected the retail to face onto Wilson and turn the corner with glass. So we're developing a strong corner presence. We're holding the street edge, and we're pushing the parking to the back of the property, which is to the north, with an entry to the parking off of Winthrop there. And in the back top left corner, we've got electric service and an egress point from the egress stair. We've got 62 bikes in a bike room on the west side of the building located there, and our trash will be removed via a trash room and an internal access from the waste removal operation through the parking garage. Next slide, please. Typical floor plan for our units from levels 2, 3, and 4. Again, because we're exposed on 3 sides of the building, we've got units and rooms that we can orientate towards the perimeter of the building, and that gives us an opportunity for some consistency and also to pick up light and vent in all of the spaces that need light and vent around the perimeter of the building. We've got a small setback to the west in the center of the building for a light court for units 18 and 17. 18 units per floor, primarily 1 bedrooms and efficiency units. And then next slide, please. On the very top floor, we've set back the 5th floor to keep the massing and the height of the building perceived as being lower, and also to offer the units on the top floor, which are some 2-bedroom units and 1-bedroom units, some outdoor space, as well as we've got a roof lounge at the southeast corner of the building that spills out onto a roof terrace that will have some views of the city and just generally activate that corner of the building a little bit more. Next slide, please. This summarizes our green roof area that we are providing for the building. By the time the 5th floor roof and the 4th floor, between deck spaces and some outdoor roof gardens or roof landscaping and a dog run, we've got about 63% of the footprint occupied with green roof. Next slide. The way we're treating our facade in a kind of general overall approach, we're pushing back a bit of a reveal next to the bank building to give the bank a little bit more space to breathe. So that there's a setback there that we're treating with a dark aluminum panel material. The entire building, cladding wise, is an ACM panel. And I can get into a few more of those details in a moment, but ground floor, mostly glass on the corner. And then we taper that off a little bit and create a little bit of variation with the building articulation, having columns come down or column covers come down to the ground in certain areas, and then pulling that back and setting the facade back at the retail corner to provide a little bit of a void at the ground floor, and make it a little more pedestrian friendly at the corner. Next slide. And that same treatment turns the corner onto Kenmore, where we're articulating the residential lobby and entrance to the building with another slight setback, a reveal that breaks up the two masses of the primary facade material. And then there's a subtle inset and a spandrel cover that we're further articulating the windows with, and that gives us a little bit more of an elegant pattern in terms of the spandrel and the grid structure for the building. Where we've got parking to the right, we're again treating that as with a darker material, pushing that back slightly from the street line of the building. And next slide. And then again, the north elevation off of Winthrop, where we've got access to our parking, again, there's not really a back facade. I guess the east facade or the west facade would be the back facade, but it abuts the existing bank building. Next slide, please. Section that shows the overall zoning height of the building at 62 feet 7 inches. You can also see we've got our first floor at 15 feet off of grade, which is a generous floor to floor in terms of getting a retail use to the front of the space. Next slide, please. And what we're proposing doing with the facade that we think is a subtle but powerful approach and conveys a sense of certainly craftsmanship that we are excited about is that because the majority of the main facade faces south, we are undulating that facade and articulating it with a slight depression in on every other floor, and we're implementing a diagonal bend in the facade panels. And we feel like this, with the metal, will create a really impressive sense of light as it moves across the building during the day, potentially changing kind of the impression of the building throughout the day. And as you can see in the detail on the right, giving an alternative shadow pattern to the building that we think, again, is going to be subtle, but very powerful. Next slide. In terms of transportation, and it is a TOD project. We're 250 feet from the Wilson red and purple line station. You can see here also there's a close proximity to bus lines on Broadway and Wilson. There's divvy stations nearby, and further east on Wilson, there are a number of surface parking lots. In terms of parking and access to public transportation, we feel like the site is very, very well served. And our client has also, with the type of tenants that we expect to attract in the building, the majority of these tenants probably don't own a car to begin with, and they tend to take advantage of these types of fairly dense urban areas and use public transportation. So in spite of that, we still have 13 parking stalls within the building for tenants. Next slide. CDOT has approved and reviewed the traffic study and conclusions that we've implemented for the project. As I mentioned, proximity to public transportation, divvy stations, CTA bus routes. The loading, I failed to mention, we're dealing with loading by, there's a dedicated spot on Kenmore in front of the building main entrance. And that's, again, due to the fact that there's no real alley here. So, and also this has been approved in the previous PD. So we're maintaining that same loading configuration. And an idea here in terms of the rendering of what we're hoping to achieve from the facade articulation, and just highlighting also some of the more regional moves that we feel are very important. We're holding the street edge. We're creating a bit more density in terms of height, which we feel like the site and the area in general could use. You can see to the left where we're pushing back that slight reveal between our building and the bank building to the left. That's also included in the PD. And, you know, glass and a welcoming ground floor facade at the corner. Next. The landscape plan, because of the lot line to lot line configuration, we don't have a lot of on-site landscaping opportunity, but we are, you can see what we're planning to do in the parkways, street trees, on all three sides of the building. Next. And again, for the same reasons, the majority of the landscape that we are doing is on the roof, which we've done successfully in several of our buildings in the past. And so we intend to do the same thing here. Just a recap of this, of the metal material. And one of the details that I had not mentioned is we're going to implement an exposed rivet fastening system to the panels, which the rivets end up being the same color as the panel. And what we're looking at is a bronze metallic color. So it'll create some warmth. We feel like it'll complement the limestone of the existing bank building next door in a positive way. And then complement that color with a darker stack bond panel at the window openings. And again, just the play of depth and light and surface treatment, we feel like will make a really strong contribution to that corner architecturally. Next. And you can see here, I won't go into the detail, but we are achieving the 100 points that are required for the sustainability development policy on this. And again, if you have questions, we can go into that in further detail later. I think this goes back to Katie.
Thank you, Michael. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke Dale from DLA Piper. This project is subject to the 2007 ARO, and as a result could actually buy out of the entire ARO requirement. However, the applicant is opting to provide all 10% of the required units on site. Those units will be of comparable size and distribution as the market rate units. They're also committed to achieving the city's M&WB goals shown on the screen. They'll be updating their report on their achievement of those goals at the time of building permit, and then again, a second time on actual performance prior to certificate of occupancy. We've worked very closely with DPD and the Alderman on this project, including DPD's design staff, who worked very closely with us and provided great input and improved the project as a result. With that, I'll turn it back over to staff, but we appreciate everyone's time and consideration of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you again. For the record, Paul Reese, Department of Planning and Development. The department has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and concluded that the proposed amendment to Plan Development 1329 would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed plan development promotes economically beneficial development patterns, promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use. The proposal follows the building orientation and massing suggestions contained in the zoning ordinance, and all sides and areas of the building that are visible to the public are treated with materials, finishes, and details that are of high quality and appropriate. Please refer to my staff report for further details on the projects and the plans identified today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that the application be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're muted again.
Thank you, Noah. Alderman Kappelman, welcome.
Thank you.
Would you like to make comment on this?
Sure. I am supportive of Cedar Street's efforts to permit a theater use for their existing two-story building at 1050 West Wilson. Ironically, this building was originally built to be a vaudeville theater. So it's nice to have the opportunity for this building to return back to its roots of offering musical performances, most especially because it's part of the Uptown Square district. The 4600 block of North Kenmore, the apartment project there is less than a block from the recently rehabbed Wilson L. And given that this community is now reaching a point where over 50% of us do not own a car, I'm one of those people, it makes sense to have housing built so close to mass transit. I happen to live one block away, and I know the residents in my area are very excited about this as well. And I also want to make one other point. Jay Michael, one of the co-founders of Cedar Street, whose life was tragically cut short when he died from cancer almost 5 years ago, had this intersection named after him as an honorary street. So it's nice to see all this coming together. So with that, I humbly ask the commissioners to approve the amendment change for this project.
Fantastic. And thank you so much, Alderman. And I'm not seeing any hands from commissioners for any questions or comments. I have a really quick kind of random question. Who is the architect on that original building? You happen to know anybody?
Katie, do you know Mark? Sorry, or Paul?
Yes, I do. Mark, my name is Mark Heffron, representing the applicant. Hi, commissioners. The original architect was Booth Hansen.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, so with that, I will then entertain a motion on the proposed amendment to the residential business plan development. Number 1329 is amended by the applicant, 1050 West Partners LLC, 1050 Wilson Partners LLC, for the property generally located at 1050 West Wilson, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved by Villegas.
Commissioner Villegas gives the motion, and second.
Seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll do the roll call vote now. Commissioner Biaggi. Stepped away. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is gone. Commissioner Cordova. And Ricardo Montalvan forever ruined my name. It's, you remember he used to do the advertisement on the Cordova call, the smooth Corinthian leather. Well, the accent is actually on the first O, it's Cordova. But everybody likes, thanks to Ricardo Montalvan, kind of messed up my name here. Anyway, I'm a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Garza is a proxy. He's left the meeting, but his proxy left his proxy vote, which is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novato.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry for the late question, but my staff just flagged for me on this.
Oh.
I have a question for the development team. My staff's ARO sign off for this was for 18 units, not 6. So I just need to clarify what the discrepancy is there.
Sure, Katie Jenkydale. Commissioner, the original approval was for 180 units in the original PD. The project has shrank significantly, but and we may pick up a unit or two, but regardless, it will be 10% on site of the final unit count that comes in for a permit.
Okay, we just need then that if the total unit count changes in that way, we do need you to come back through and redo the agreement with the ARO team.
Absolutely.
Do we need to put that as an amendment into the friendly amendment into the motion, Commissioner Nevada, or if we can get a ruling on that?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the protocol for that.
Mr. Sokranik or
Chairwoman, this is Noah. As long as the statement accurately reflects the compliance to the arrow and position at the time, we will get the profile form over to Justin. I was actually just emailing Paul as you were speaking. We will get the profile form to Justin, updated and corrected. They do meet the arrow standards. There was an oversight in getting them the information. That is on.
If it's 10% of 180, then it's 18. Should be 18 then.
That was the original PD as approved prior. The building has come down to almost half its size, and the unit count has come down significantly. So it now correctly meets the arrow obligations. We just need to get that statement as amended to the DOH team, and we will do that this afternoon. I will speak with Paul. It should have been done prior to this meeting. I apologize for the oversight.
Okay, so that doesn't change probably the motion or the vote so far, but Commissioner Cox put his hand up after I started the roll call, but before I finish the roll call, let me go ahead and go to Commissioner Cox.
Actually, no, I had it up before. It wasn't noted, but
just before I voted.
It's not. I mean, I just wanted to commend the development team and the architects for their reconfiguration of the project from the kind of 8-story to the 5. I think the project has gotten immensely better in its response to the context, the imminent theater next door, and the rather subtle but very sophisticated treatment of the facade. I just think it's going to be a wonderful addition to that corridor. And I mean, when we have work that comes before the commission that is achieving this type of sophistication, I think it's just worth noting to the team so that they understand that we value the hard work that they put in to make these buildings really exceptional contributions to their environment. So just kudos to the development and the architectural team. I just wanted to get that in.
Okay, so we're in the middle of a vote, and just to let commissioners know, what I do is I look up to see if there's any hands before I proceed, and once I start, I'm looking down because I'm looking at my roll call sheet. So once I start, I usually don't look back up for hands, but I do see Commissioner Nevada's hand go back up, and this may be back to the issue she raised a minute ago.
Yeah, just a follow-up question, which is why it's helpful to talk this through ahead of time. When we worked out the number of 18, we had that 7 of those 18 were going to be type A accessible. So I also do need to understand the update as to how many of those adjusted units would also be that.
Okay, we got that, Noah?
Yes, I'll note that. I also did want to add one last thing. I wanted to correct an answer from Mark. I think he misunderstood your question about the bank building. The original bank building was designed by Henry Ottenheimer. That's the historical architect of record. The previous version of the PD that was approved was Booth Hansen.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I actually really appreciate that. Okay, so so just to reaffirm, we've got yes, we've got a motion that was made and seconded, and we've got Commissioner Commissioner Brumfeld, Cordova, Cox, Gaza with the proxy, yes. Commissioner Lyons, Moore, and Murphy, all voting yes. Commissioner Novata? We have a vote.
I'm going to withhold because I haven't seen the adjusted
Okay,
agreement.
great. Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney, Commissioner Villegas,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagasbach.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Motion passes. Congratulations. Now on to our last item under public hearing, and then we go to our report on minority and women and minority business information. So next item is a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1347 submitted by the applicant, 5050 North Broadway Property LLC for the property generally located at 5051 North Broadway Avenue. The amendment to the plan development would allow the additional use of dwelling units on the ground floor to be added into the plan development, along with some minor building, siding, and design modifications. It's in the 47th and 48th Ward. Again, Paul Reese will provide the context overview and the applicant and will present their proposal. And for the record, Paul, we need you to read the DPD findings at the very end. We need you to read the whole thing for the record. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. For the record, my name is Paul Reese with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 5050 North Broadway Property LLC, and their development team appear here today to request approval of an amendment to residential business plan development 1347 to allow for the use of dwelling units on the ground floor to be added into the plan development, along with minor building, siding, and design modifications. Subject property is located in the North Planning Region and in the Uptown Community area in the 47th and 48th wards. The Uptown community is a vibrant lakefront community where the total population is roughly 60,000 people. 56% of the residents are between 20 and 49 years of age. The site is on the southeast corner of Broadway in Monona. The site is situated on a primarily commercial corridor with surrounding residential and mixed uses. It's served by the CTA Red Line at Argyle Stop and several bus routes. It is 4 blocks west of the lakefront parks and trails. This is an area view looking south of the current conditions. The red dotted line approximates the PD boundary. And the parking lot, as well as the one-story building in the foreground along the L tracks, is the site of what is proposed today, 2 5-story buildings with a combined 180 residential units. Further back, you see an existing parking garage, which is within the PD and will remain. The commercial building in the middle will remain as is, but is outside the PD boundaries. To the right, west of Broadway, is sub-area A, a 342 unit reuse of a formal commercial building completed last quarter. This is what the completed sub-area A looks like today. This aerial view to show the relation to the L and the surrounding neighborhood. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to Katie Jenke-Dale, who will walk through the specifics and explain the development proposal.
Thank you. For the record, Katie Jenke-Dale from DLA Piper, which represents the applicant for this matter. Again, I'm joined by Mark Heffron from Cedar Street, representative of the applicant, and Andy Weber from Booth Hansen, the project architect. This shows an aerial from the northwest of the proposed new construction building in context. Next slide. And this shows the existing street context of the surface parking lot that would be developed at this corner, and a rendering at street level on the screen, which Andy will discuss in more detail later in the presentation. Next slide. This PD was originally approved in 2016, and we amended it last year to allow for a daycare use across the street in phase 1 at 5050 North Broadway. The current amendment was filed earlier this year, and the driver of that amendment was to allow for the ground floor residential use on Winona in response to market demands or lack thereof for retail in that location. The second phase of the project that we're talking about today at 5051 under the current PD was to be subject to future site plan approval by DPD. However, we decided that while processing that use amendment, we would also have the building plans for the phase 2 building approved at the same time. So that is what we will be presenting today. With that, I'll turn it over to Andy Weber to present the building in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Andy Weber at Booth Hanson, your project architect for the project for both phase 1 and phase 2. So what we're looking at here is the sub-area B mentioned earlier. The site consists of an L-shaped property that will have 2 separate buildings, 5-story buildings that will be constructed for residential use. The building on the left, actual address will be 1135 West Winona, and the ground floor that you see on the site plan here will have retail use. They'll be accessible from both Broadway and Winona, but the primary corridor of commercial uses on Broadway. The lobbies for both buildings are on the Winona side for both residential lobbies. You'll see between the 2 buildings there is an existing easement and private alley, which we will be keeping in our project. There was B1 curb cut at the north on Winona to allow for loading for building 1 on the left. And then there's another public alley on the right of the second building along the train tracks, which we'll see in later slides, where will be a separate access for individual 3-car parking garages, as well as loading for the building on the right, which would be considered 1131 Winona. There will be 3 residential units, duplex units on 1131 Winona on the right. And those will be accessed from inside the building, but there will be some street presence for the facade we'll see on elevations. There will also be some residential units on the ground floor along the south, which will be facing west, and those will have smaller terraces for those units that's shown in the plan here below. Next slide. This shows our second floor, and most of the typical floors following will be similar. They're double load corridors, a combination of studio, 1-bed, and some 2-bedroom units. In both of the cases, each individual building has its own egress and core elements. Next slide. And the third floor is a replication of the second. The only exception was the second floor had some modifications for the duplex units on north. Next slide. On the 4th floor of the 2 buildings, we want to provide a connection between both buildings. This is primarily to access some of the amenities that will be available in the 1131 building on the right. There will be a ground floor fitness room that both tenants in both buildings can access. And then we are providing on the next slide, we'll see a partial rooftop element for 1131 on the right. So we're providing a connection between the 2 buildings for all the occupants. And this slide shows the partial terrace on the north on the 1131 building. There'll be a pink area as the indoor lounge space that will spill out to this outdoor deck. We'll have views going north, west, and also east over the train tracks towards the lakefront, and also visibility to the south downtown area. Next slide. The overall roof plan here we're showing is showing our 50% green roof areas that we're proposing, and it also shows kind of the roof decks from above. Next slide. So the elevations, this east elevation is the elevation which is visible from the train track side. So you're seeing the alley side of the garages we spoke on the ground floor on the left, as well as the residential units above. And we broke up the masses on these elevations to have kind of separate materials and separate heights in the massing of the elements. The materials being used are pre-finished metal panel systems, as well as fiber cement board and some corrugated metal with some minor masonry work on the alley side garage areas. Next slide. The primary facades for residential entry areas on the north along Winona shows this connection over the private alley, the bridge we're proposing on the 4th floor between the buildings, as mentioned earlier. As on the street frontage, we are providing the lobby entrances for each building. They'll be flanking this private alley. Our idea is also to activate this private alley. There'll be nicer paving elements, and there will be pedestrians going in between both buildings because it's not a heavy traffic area. So we want to have some connection between the two and activate this space as well. And the materials discussed earlier is the metal panel and fiber cement on the facades here as well. Next slide. The west elevation just showing similar, this is the alleyway between the two buildings. It's looking at the 1131, and it's just showing the similar connection in the breaking of the materials and massing to break up the overall size of the buildings. Next slide. And this is a view looking from the private alley with the bank building not shown. That was previously mentioned. That's not in our scope, but beyond the lighter portions are the residential is set back quite a ways, about 100 feet from Broadway. But just for context, I want to show sort of the different complexity of the materials and massing shown. Next slide. And this is just another view from the south elevation looking back towards the north with the basically the view from the parking garage that was mentioned earlier as well. Next slide. And this overall building section just showing sort of the setbacks that we're proposing on the one building, the 1131 on the right, with the bridge connection shown in section here between the 4th floor areas. Next slide. And overall sections on the longer wing of the north-south section, just showing the setback on Winona on the right for the terrace and stepping back that facade. Next slide. These are just some partial sections and descriptions of material mentioned earlier. So we are proposing large expanses of glass for the retail as well as the residential areas. There'll be a combination of fiber cement, board, corrugated metal, pre-finished metal trim, and column cladding is shown in these 3 different views of the ground floor, typical bays and upper level parapet top of building elements. Next slide. The traffic plan shown here, this is approved CDOT plan. The magenta is basically showing the common pedestrian pathways on sidewalks and along the retail corridor on Broadway, and then the connection between the two in the private alley discussed before, and then the blue dashed areas are showing the access to the site via the loading areas and the private garages that are on the right-hand side on the train track side alley. Next slide. These slides show the urban design. So we're continuing the presence of the retail corridor along Broadway. Our building has a prominent corner massing at Winona and Broadway to hold that corner. We have expansive glass on the ground floor areas, and we're going to also include some color and some canopies at primary entrances for retail as well as residential. Next slide. The open space landscaping, there will be an open space provided between the buildings for light vent and to allow the masses actually breathe and to break up the monotony of a long structure along Winona. It will be activated, as we mentioned earlier, between the two buildings as far as the access for tenants and amenities, and the upper floor areas, as mentioned earlier, will be open space provided on the 1131 building with the terraces, and then there will be green roofs provided as shown in the graphics. Next slide. These are just some images of materials being used. We talked about pre-finished metal panels, fiber cement board cladding. These are all rain screen systems, and there'll be some minor use of some face brick at lower areas in the alley, as well as some of the corrugated metal. This is just a description of our proposed ideas for achieving the 100 points for this Chicago Sustainability Development Policy. There'll be a combination of all these elements shown there. And this is just a description showing our compliance with the stormwater ordinance, and there will be retention provided for the 1131 building, the 1135 building, smaller building on the Broadway side. It was not required to follow the ordinance. And I think it's over to Katie now.
Thank you. Katie Jinky-Dale for the record. Again, similar to the last project, this PD is subject to the 2007 ARO, which the original PD approved 365 units. Again, the applicant is foregoing the ability to pay the fee in lieu for all of that 10% requirement and opting to provide the units on site. The current building plan shows approximately 180 units, which would result in 180 for that 10%. And the applicant has been working with DOH on the covenant that would be entering into reflecting those on-site units. Next slide. Again, the applicant's committed to pursuing the M&WB goals and will be reporting on those, updating their reporting on those goals at permit and actual performance at C of O. We also have worked with both Alderman Osterman, whose ward includes the east side or 5051, the new construction building, who provided a letter of support, as well as Alderman Martin, who has the the portion of the plan development on the west side of Broadway, who has also provided a letter. With that, we're happy to take any questions and appreciate your time and consideration. Back to you.
Paul?
You're on mute.
Paul, you're muted.
Thanks, Noah. Again, for the record, my name is Paul Reese. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed amendment to PD 1329 would be appropriate for the following reasons: promotes economically beneficial development patterns per 17-8-0103, and promotes unified planning and development per 17-8-0102. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from commissioners. Here comes one from Commissioner Cox. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just one moment. I just wanted to use, I guess, a little bit of a clarifying question. Is the parking structure a part of the overall providing parking for any of the units? Because I saw that kind of PD outline encompassed it. So, but I don't know if you spoke specifically about whether, you know, residents of these 180 units will be parking in that structure.
So Katie Jinky-Dale, yes, it would be serving the entire plan development. That was an existing parking structure that served the building on the east or west side of Broadway when it was an office building. And so it serves this building, the one across the street, and then there's also flexibility for baked into the plan development for underutilized parking spaces to be used by others within the neighborhood.
And so I may not have just noticed it in the pedestrian diagram about pedestrian circulation, whether whether users of the parking garage would be going along the service, what is a kind of interior pedestrian alley, or would they be coming out to the sidewalk and then coming back in? So I don't know if that diagram covered that, but I just wanted to understand whether you're providing a kind of interior pedestrian connection from the parking structure to the front door, or is everyone coming out into the public right of way and then coming back into the building?
I'll answer that question. What's not shown, yeah, there will be a connection we're proposing. We're trying to figure out the best location, but we are talking about coming out the south end of the longer building on the right, having access point.
Can you use your cursor? Can you use a cursor? Because I don't know what you're.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't have the cursor. Sorry. Yeah, right in that area where the corridor ends. There is a offset right now from there about 5.5 feet, so we can have a connection directly there and possibly on upper floors, depending on the existing elevations of the garage and how they meet our area. There will also be access along Broadway which is not shown in this particular plan. It's cut off here, but a little bit further down the south, there are entryways at that point as well from the street side. But as far as the direct connection, there will be a exploratory connection on an upper floor, depending how the floor levels align, and there will be proper fire separations needed for that.
Great.
Commissioner, may I add something for you for some context? This is Noah. I just happened to take this original PD a couple of times through, and I just wanted to let you know. So the parking garage was heavily considered in the community process on the original approval. The parking garage is the focal point of establishing what the both aldermen consider a theater type district there. There are 4 theaters in the immediate vicinity, and this parking garage has been used in the past to serve the commercial corridor. So it was important to the development team and the aldermen and the local community groups that they retain and offer this as shared parking for the community. And that was written specifically in the PD. So while it will serve to offset some of the parking requirements of the new development, it is also intended to serve those existing and hopefully reopen theaters if we can ever get those things moving. And then they do have a connection via the roadway directly to the train station to the south.
And just one last question regarding those. That's all very helpful. The building that is not a part of this development, that is also under the ownership of this development company?
No.
It is not. Okay. All right. I will just say once again, I think I just applaud the development team and their architects for doing a really rather sensitive insertion of these units. 180 units is a lot, and I think that they have been able to make this building appear to be 3 separate buildings. So it really tends to blend in nicely with the dominant scale of the area. This particular view, I think with a 5-story and a 4-story, you do understand them as a family of buildings, but they are varying the height. And as they transition to the rest of the neighborhood, it just seems incredibly sensibly done. So I, for one, just always enjoy seeing really nice urban gestures done. And I think when they are done well, we should recognize it and give the development team and their architects their due accolades. So I appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, I'm seeing no other comments. I'm looking again, and with no other comments, I'm going to the roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi, I believe, has left the meeting.
Yes, no, I made it back.
Oh,
Yes, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Welcome back. And I don't know if on the last item, if you were there for enough of it to vote on it.
Oh, it's a yes on the last item as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. We got that for the record. Yes, vote on the 1050 West Wilson. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is gone. I don't think has come back. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Garza. Oh, I'm sorry, he's gone. He went to work on vaccine distribution. Commissioner Grossman has left. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm so sorry. Both Alderman Martin and Alderman Osterman were not able to be here, but they did give us a letter that is in the record, a letter of support for this project. So Alderman Martin and Alderman Osterman. And also earlier when I referred to Alderman Vasquez, I said Alderwoman, but I meant Alderman Vasquez. So, all right, back to my roll call vote here. Commissioner Shaw. Okay, I think he has stepped away. Commissioner Tunney stepped away. Commissioner Villegas.
Yes.
Commissioner Wagaspat.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. All right, motion passes. Congratulations. Congratulations to everybody that came before us today. This does conclude the public hearing portion of our agenda. However, we do have one additional presentation that will be made. Again, noting the DPD webinar that we had on the master plan development updates. I want to, besides thanking people who attended, I wanted to be sure and thank Ms. Radovich for her very hard work on that and her very hard work on producing these updates for us on WMBE. We know that you put a lot of time and effort into your work, and we really appreciate it. So Ms. Radovich, to you, to give us an update on the WMBA goals pursuant to the executive order and to provide that update. You are Assistant Commissioner from DPD, and you will then make this presentation. So thank you and welcome. Oh, you're on mute. Sorry. We missed you.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you, Chairwoman Cordova.
Huh?
Yes, I took notice. I am not sure if you can see my screen.
We cannot yet.
Okay. This host has disabled.
Can you, Tech, can we give Ms. Radovich the opportunity to?
Yes,
Got it now. Yeah. Hold on.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you, Chairwoman Cordova and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Nancy Razovich. I am an Assistant Commissioner with the Zoning Bureau in the Department of Planning and Development. And I'm here today to provide the last update of the year on the Minority and Women Business Enterprise and Local Hire Program that was enacted through Executive Order 2017-2. Bit of background, Executive Order 2017-2 was initiated in August of 2017. It established participation goals for PDs at 26% MBE, which is Minority Business Enterprises, 6% WBE, which is Women Business Enterprises, and 50% city resident workforce, which we've kind of called local hires in a lot of our documentation. In addition, there was initiative to charge DPD as well as the Department of Procurement Services to help provide assistance and some guidance on not only the tracking, but the resources. I just want to quickly recognize that the Procurement Department's website includes a pretty straightforward site to help businesses who want to become certified to get certified. So that's one of the resources. And then they've also helped put together what they call an assist agency list. And this list provides developers and their GCs, other agencies that can help them find MBE, WBEs, and local residents to hire on their projects. These are both available on the Chicago Plan Commission website. We have direct links to those on the website. This slide provides a summary of what was approved by the Plan Commission by each year since the program started. So 2017 was a partial year. Again, the act came into, the executive order came into play in August. So that started in, really started in September for the Plan Commission projects. There were 15 total projects in 2017. Again, these are PDs only. In 2018, there were 60 projects approved. In 2019, 46. And through November of 2020, we had 48. So with the other 5 today, we'll be up to 53, if my math's correct. And at the time they come to Plan Commission, they all are proposing to meet the goals that are established in the executive order. In this slide, I'm providing a summary from the beginning through, again, through November of 2020. We've had 169 total projects approved by the Plan Commission. Those in total are estimated at over 30 billion in total estimated project costs. They've also proposed, each of the developers and their GC partners have proposed to create 93, almost 94,000 construction jobs associated with those 169 projects. And again, at the time they come to Plan Commission, all of them are committing to try to meet the goals of 26, 6, and 50. The part 2 review is the part 2 zoning review. And when they come in for a building permit, everyone that has gotten an approved PD goes through what we call this part 2 review. At that time, applicants, whether it's the GC or the developer who's still engaged, provide, again, another affidavit to outline what their commitments will be for their particular projects. Through November 2020, 82 of those 169 PDs that were approved by Plan Commission, 82 of them have gone through and approved through a part 2 zoning review, and again through a building permit process. Those 82 projects were just over $6 billion in estimated project costs, and created over 19, or estimated to create over 19,000 new construction jobs for those projects. Interestingly, most of the people who come through for their part 2 review will still commit to the 26, 6, and 50. However, there were a couple of developers or contractors that came through, and when they had filed their applications for part 2, which is, their building permit, they were probably far enough along in their subcontractor hiring that they knew that they were not going to meet those goals. So a couple of those projects actually had already anticipated not being able to meet the 26, 6, and 50. So that's why what you'll see is this average number of 24.9, 5.8, and 4.82 reflects some of the recognition that the contractor or developer for particular projects were not able to meet it. I want to point out that although it's not part of the executive order, some of the developers and their GC partners committed to not only hiring that 50% of residents from the city on these construction jobs, but they also committed to trying to pull from residents within the ward where the project is to try to help benefit the residents where these projects are going through. So of that 48.2% of city hires, these total 82 projects, 4.2% had committed to hiring from within the ward as well. To date, a total of 20 final COOs have been issued, and another 8 partial COOs have been issued. I want to note that distinction because a lot of these are phased projects, or they might have multiple phases even within a sub area. So these partial COOs might reflect just 1 of 2 buildings, et cetera, and the project may not be complete. We require the report when they come in for the final, when the project is done. Of those 20 that have been done, I've received 14 final reports, and the data that I have from those 14 reports that have been filed is they total a little over $634 million in total final project costs. The participation goals for those projects were 21.4% MBE, 7.3 WBE, and 37.5 local hires or city resident hiring. They also collectively, of those city hires, they hired 89 members of the respective ward for their projects. This chart just depicts the kind of the differential between what the goals are and what was actually achieved on those projects for which we've received the final reports. So interestingly enough, overall, the reports we received, they exceeded the WBE total by 1.3%. But as a entity or a combined grouping, they were below the MBE goals and below the local hire goals. And then this map just shows the distribution of the projects throughout the city. The blue dots are the projects that have been approved by the Plan Commission. The green dots are those that have gotten the Part 2 reviews. Some of these are overlapping, so that's why you're not probably seeing as many dots. Once a green dot gets approved, it might be blocking over that orange dot that was previously approved. And then the 20 projects that have received the certificates of occupancies are also showed, and those are red. And with that, I want to turn it over back to the chairwoman and see if there's any questions.
Fantastic, thank you. Commissioner Villegas, did you want to comment or have any questions?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Number one, I'd like to know if we can get a copy of this presentation if Noah hasn't sent it already.
I'll send it right now, Commissioner.
Thank you. And then just try to follow, again, Nancy, thank you for providing this information.
Of course.
So if I look at the data, 30 billion been approved. Of the 30 billion, 6.2 has actually come to fruition. So about 20%, 20+% of the projects.
Mm-hmm.
What is the indication that the other 79% of projects will actually come to fruition and actually begin some construction within the next year or two?
So that's a really, really good question, because what often happens is these projects are of such a large scale that it takes time for them to get from Plan Commission or City Council approval, right, which is that final step for entitlements, and then to go through the building permit process and then to get approved. Some of the reports that we received are really from projects that were approved back in 2017. Their permits were issued in 2018, and it's taken them a couple years to finally build out the full project. I will tell you that when I've spoken to our Part 2 reviewers, they've said that there's a couple projects that are in the queue right now. But I would say typically things are taking at least 6 months to 12 months to go from City Council approval to, at least that's what the average has been, to get to building permit. Some of them are quicker, some of them are a little bit slower, but that seems to be the average. To try to speculate with the whole, kind of COVID situation as to how that pace is going to continue, I really just don't even know.
Okay. So one of the things that I've experienced, Nancy, as relates to dealing with city departments and what I've heard from other developers is that a lot of times we're our worst enemy in getting projects to a point where they could actually come to fruition, just because of the fact that there's a bureaucracy that's in place, and for whatever reason it's there. It's like, how do we try to expedite and get things done quickly? Because as everyone knows, I'm looking at this, and this is an indicator to me that time kills deals. And during this pandemic that we're in, I think it behooves the city to make sure that we're moving expeditiously, especially for those folks that want to continue to invest in Chicago. We have to make sure that the signs that we're giving to developers and those willing to invest in Chicago is that we're open for business. And it's troubling to hear that anything takes 6 months to 12 months to get done, because of the fact that, and this is nothing on you, Nancy. This is just, I'm just talking because I'm just a firm believer that sometimes there's a process that's in place, and for whatever reason, we don't challenge the process because ultimately it gets done. But in this case here, during this pandemic, what I'm concerned about is just making sure that as people want to invest in Chicago, that we're setting the tone that we want them to invest, and we want them to move through the process quicker, because once we have them, they're not going anywhere. So I want to grab them and make sure they stay here. So
could I would love to clarify my response. The city and I could tell you our Part 2 reviewers work very expeditiously. When they get these plans in, they are turning around their review in days. It really is a priority. When I'm talking about the 6 to 12 months, that's usually what we're seeing on the developer side to get their architects together and get their plans finalized. I would say, coming in as someone who used to work on the private sector side,
Yeah.
a lot of times the developers don't want to, invest in the final engineering and architectural plans until they know, that the plan commission and city council are okay with the design and the layout and the site plan and the traffic. So that's usually what we're seeing, but I will tell you, some of them actually do come in quicker. There's been projects that have come through and gotten city council approval, and we'll see the permits come in, 2 to 3 months later. So, a lot of it is dependent on how much they do before they head to plan commission.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. Again,
I
just
wanted to clarify that I know it's definitely a priority for us to turn those permits around when we get them.
Yeah, thank you, Nancy, for that clarification. Again, any way that I can help legislatively, I just want to hurry up and get these projects online, whether it's, through legislation or policy changes, working with Commissioner Cox and his team. I just, $30 billion of approval, I want to get that, I want to get at least 50% of it going. So that way we can get cranes in the air and people working, especially when we're looking at a potential 26% and 6% respectively going to minority and women. You're talking billions of dollars potentially. And so that would be a huge shot in the arm for these communities that have consistently trying to do work with the city. So I think this is just great. Again, let me know how I can help. I want to make sure that we're sending the signal that we're open for business, and we'll see what happens. I might have some more questions, Madam Chair, but I'll go ahead and defer to some of my other colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wagesbach, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Nancy, just to I think, expound on that a little bit, if you could. A couple of things. So what percentage of projects have we seen that might have COVID-related reductions, where a developer has come in and said, we're going to reduce the footprint or the density? And then on that as well, on the $6 billion, I don't recall if I saw it as you kind of went through the report, but what percentage of those would be utilizing city funding mechanisms like TIF, or maybe on the back end, a 6B or 7B? And the 6B or 7B might not be, it's obviously county too, but might be further down the line. So I don't know if you had any data on that as well. Thanks.
Sure. I'll answer both with, we'll probably have to get back to you. I'm not aware of projects being reduced as a result of COVID. I just don't know if that's, I guess I was kind of speculating that whether the timelines that we see them coming through might be impacted by that. So I don't know. And I'm again kind of thinking out loud now. Let me check with the Part 2 reviewers and see what sort of reductions they might have seen in the total build out. But I'm going off the top of my head. I don't know that much of these projects that have been approved through the Part 2 review have necessarily been reduced when they get to the building permit side. To answer your next question, again, it's going to be something that I'll have to follow up with and get it to you through Mr. Franek. We don't necessarily track the projects that have any sort of city funding assistance, but we can cross-check that.
Yeah, and I don't think you have to do. Oh, go ahead, sir.
No, Alderman, this is Patrick Murphy. I just wanted to add in projects that specifically have an RDA with the city, so a document that city council agreed to and approved that relates to a land sale or any kind of city financial participation, are not excluded from this chart, but they are held to a higher standard as far as reporting and documentation. This executive order was designed to fill in the gap to track projects that didn't have a more stringent mechanism through city council, which is a lot of the ones that you were asking about.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to do a deep dive then, Nancy. I was just curious if I had missed it as you were going through, and I appreciate that response though. And I think the reason I was asking about the COVID related reductions is I have spoken to some developers that have come back and said, I'd like to reduce the scope of what we were doing. But that's been in just the last, say 2 to 4 months. So I was just curious about that as well, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, these are really interesting questions. Commissioner Cox.
Well, a couple of things. Thank you, Nancy, for pulling together this material. I mean, it's really important that we track it because those numbers and the completion of projects come in very, very slowly, I think, as your data suggests. You know, we have to continually monitor it because, again, it comes in slowly and is really subject to circumstance. I do think that Alderman Villegas I hope that he got the right information regarding to the pace in which we are getting projects through zoning and the building department permitting, because despite the COVID year, I think the performance in that division was extraordinary. You know, I don't think Patrick didn't give you the stats, but maybe it's worth Patrick
sure.
Talking about some of the stats, because it was one of the accomplishments of his bureau was to expedite and accelerate the process because of the climate that we found ourselves in this year.
Sure, absolutely, Commissioner. Alderman Villegas, to most directly respond to your comment, like the Commissioner said, in spite of COVID and a lot of the remote requirements from staff, the review times on permits has dropped significantly in the Zoning Bureau by about 75%. We started about a year ago at roughly 20 business days to the first review, and that's been dropped to around 5 business days currently. And the quantity of projects has only been reduced by about 20% on a total quantity of permit basis. Specifically to Part 2s, which are the projects that come through as plan developments for PDs, they're a subset of our overall permit numbers, and those average just over a day for staff to review and then either approve or provide comments back to applicants. So, you know, the PDs have a long life. They have 6 years that they can sit before they pull a permit, and we as the city can't control that. But when the permits come in, we absolutely make it a priority to make sure those are moved.
Thank you, Patrick. And I would just say that we are always looking in the planning department for how we can expedite and accelerate the process. Very, very mindful that 2021 is going to be a difficult year and that we should be really forcing the component of speed. I mean, we will do all of the, check all the right boxes, but we also know that we have to be able to respond to these projects at an accelerated pace. So I share your, your observations about the moment we're in and how important it is that we are not being overly bureaucratic as we process these projects. We talk about this. We talk about this on a weekly basis to make sure that we've cut all red tape out of the process because we really need these projects to quickly go from, approval to construction. So I'm thinking of that consistently, and so is the staff. And appreciate you pointing it out and underscoring it as a priority for the council as well.
Great, thank you. And it's one of the reasons I think we're, we want to also get this these amendments that Ms. Razovich has been working on around, I know it's around the master plan, but I think the idea is to go even beyond that. But the idea is to get, neighborhood and public concerns on the upfront so that it doesn't delay things going down the pike. I think the more we can do that, the more we have certainty, the less we have unexpected kinds of things come up. So
I am, Chairman, I am interested in this issue about the goal of 50%. And then the data is telling us that we're achieving 37%. So there's like a 13% differential there. And I don't think I heard anything about how we're going to close that gap. I mean, other than having a really good website that lists the different options for developers to
Well, let me put that.
to meet that.
Do you have any ideas on how we can reduce that gap?
I don't right
I'm
now.
asking Commissioner Cox. I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I just
You're
think.
welcome to take that, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I just, you know, that was just a statement of fact of the data, but it is, it's inadequate, right? Because we want them to meet the goal and exceed the goal, and it's just not clear to me. I don't, as a developer, you know, I don't, as not being a developer, I don't know what they're saying are their hurdles specifically to meeting that goal. But I suspect that, you know, a focus group conversation with them who have gone through this process, they probably could tell us what needs to happen to meet that goal. And I would be interested in that, because I don't think, you know, you set a goal, the whole goal is to meet it and then move the goal further up so that we're constantly increasing the proportion of minority participation in these things. So I just would like not just to receive the data. I think, you know, we may have to figure out a way to get some real-time intel about what we can provide to help the developers meet their goal.
No, that's great. And there's a couple more comments that want to be made, but and then Ms. Radovich. See, I'm used to calling you Radovich, but you said Razovich, right?
Razovich, yeah, yeah.
So the D is silent, right?
Yeah.
But I know you've got a lot of thoughts about the whole reporting mechanism. So it looks like you want to say something. I know Commissioner Murphy still has his hand up, as does Commissioner Villegas. But do you want to comment, Ms. Razovich?
Yeah, I'd like to, if I could, just quickly respond to that one comment. Some of the developers who have, and it's usually the GCs at this point, you know, when they get to the COO that are providing the reporting documents, a couple of them have actually provided us reports. And I think it would be a good idea if we think about maybe making that something that we have a standing requirements for that. And one of the developer actually called me and said they wanted to explain why they didn't meet the goals. And what they said was on their particular project, it was a kind of an industrial building, a warehouse, a large scale project. And they said, you know, the bulk of their work was concrete panels, the flip up panels, right on the facade. They had tried to find a qualified minority, ended up getting one. That one went out of business. They said a lot of the work was, you know, large scale pouring concrete floors and that type of thing. And what they explained to me, at least for that particular project, is they couldn't necessarily find minority or women-owned businesses that were equipped to handle that large of a scale of a project. And then another example that they specifically used is they were trying to hire MBE or WBE to do the painting work. And again, the quotes that they were getting from these contractors just didn't have, were not able to meet both the timeline and the cost that some of the larger other businesses had in terms of, you know, they have all the equipment, they have the capital, you know, to do it. So, you know, it was interesting to get some of that feedback regarding the local hire. Again, two of the developers or GCs that I spoke to, they specifically referenced that because they have to hire union employees, a lot of the city residents who are union employees are already hired by certain subs. So to get a you know, a union employee who's not already committed to another subcontractor, that's where they explained with some of the challenge. So, you know, I've gotten some preliminary feedback, but I appreciate the comment that, you know, getting additional feedback, I think will help us try to figure out how we help them to get to these goals.
Well, and I especially appreciate that latter point about how we help them then once we get that feedback, because you wonder if sometimes maybe they're not tapping into the right places to get the names and possibilities where they do the outreach. But then you had also, well, I'm going to call on Commissioner Villegas and Commissioner Warren, and I'll get back to my comment. But go ahead, Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so as it relates to a couple of things, so when the developer and their team are reporting back, there is, I think Nancy kind of alluded to this. I think that there's some software out there that potentially could allow us to kind of track the hiring, by hours. And a lot of these contractors are already using some of these programs. So it'd just be a matter of trying to figure a way to kind of uniform that so that when the reporting would be a lot easier for everyone. Because right now we do not require certified payrolls for these types of projects, correct?
Correct.
And so all of the data that's being provided by the developer is really just an affidavit stating that they're trying to meet their goal, or is that accurate? Or how are they getting you? What information are you asking for, and what are they turning in?
That's a great question. We have two specific documents that they need to file at the time of final. One of them is that affidavit. So, they do that affidavit at Plan Commission Part 2, and then they do it at final. But then there's also a database, little spreadsheet that they're supposed to submit with their final report to break down for the subcontractors that are MBEs or WBEs, how it broke down, what percentage of the contract, what the contract was worth. That's how I got the values, as you can see on the screen. And then, how they broke down the hiring of the local staff. So a lot of times what they'll do is it's kind of goes two ways. They'll either present that individual spreadsheet for each minority or women-owned business, but more often what they'll do is they'll send me a big spreadsheet that shows me how the whole project kind of breaks down, the overall cost of the project, and then each sub, minority or women, what their trade was. Was it painting? Was it, electrical work, that type of thing. So we do get some detailed breakdown. And with respect to the number of jobs versus hours, that's a really, really good distinction, because I've gone back to a lot of them when they've just provided me the number of jobs, and I've asked them to provide me the number of construction hours, because that's a big difference. Because saying that you had perhaps 100 jobs, well, maybe those city residents only worked one of the jobs that lasted 5 days, right? Versus some of those jobs are 6 months or more. There are more extensive jobs. So we did get data regarding the, like I said, I went back to all of them, and I going through this really quickly in my head. All of them to date that I've gotten of these 14 reports did provide that construction data, so I could get a better percentage for the city hiring in terms of the total construction hours.
And pardon me, I'm not knowing the detail on the executive order, but is there a waiver process that they have to kind of like prove up? I mean, because you stated earlier that one of the contractors, one of the contractors mentioned that, the work regarding to the concrete panels, there wasn't an MBE certified in that category. And so they had anticipated potentially using a firm, one of them went out of business, et cetera. Is there like a waiver process, or answer that question first. Is there a waiver process?
Sure. So the executive order, what the executive order specifically does is it sets the goals, and it requires them to provide us the reports at those 3 different times. The executive order does not require them to meet these percentages. So there's not really a waiver process, because it's not a legal requirement that they specifically meet the 26, 6, and 50. The requirement is simply that they provide us the data for what they intend to meet, and then what they ultimately did hire in terms of MBE, WBE, and local residents.
Okay.
Anything else? Go ahead, Commissioner Villegas.
Yeah, so again, this is we're just asking them to take into consideration that we have this goal of 26 and 6, and we would like them to comply with it. But there really isn't a mechanism in place that kind of ensures that they actually are meeting the requirement, because they're going to say it up front, of course, to meet the project, but throughout the duration of the project, things, and I understand that occasionally things occur, right? So, you know, if I was a contractor in COVID, you know, I'm trying to survive, and if I didn't make it because the project took a long time to get up and running, I would understand that, and that would be a good faith effort on my part by the developer that, hey, you know what, we initially identified Villegas Construction, he went out of business, and I understand that. Right. But I think that I like to see it, you know, whether more reporting, just so that way that there's an opportunity where if there are contractors or developers that are falling short, and it could be because of the fact that their network, even though there's assist agencies in place, they may not have relationships in order to identify other firms that potentially might want to work on these types of projects, because there's firms that do a lot of public work, and there's firms that do private work, and then there's very few that do public and private, just because of the fact that they've got, you know, a bad, you know, public work has gotten a bad rep on paying slow, so they may not be interested in that. But I think if there's a way where they can come back either to this body or someone and say, hey, you know, we're looking for this type of work, and us acting as a resource, I think that would make the developer not want to come back to us and say, let's try to find some folks out there and expand their network. Because again, this is something, when you take a look at the $30 billion potentially it could come down the pipe with 26 and 6, we're talking about billions of dollars that can go into MWBE communities, and which is really life-changing. And then we take into account the billions of dollars of work that are in the Capitol bill, O'Hare, Lincoln Yards, all these other projects, the city's Capitol bill. This is a great opportunity for us to uplift all these communities that we're trying to target. So that's my spiel, and I look forward to working with the chairwoman as well as Nancy to get this done. I'm committed to making sure that M&WBE firms and veteran firms participate on publicly funded contracts. I've been consistent from the get-go with my days at DLT, HACIA, and CDB, and with my ordinances, and I'm going to continue to push until all our communities are participating on these projects. So I look forward to working. I'm not just talking, I'm a working commissioner. I'll be more than happy to roll up my sleeves and work with all of you to get this mission accomplished.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so super much. You know, and because I know even one of the things that Nancy's talked about having problems is even getting people to respond with the information, so that they make the commitment early on that yes, we'll have the participation, but sometimes, very often, they won't even fill out the request for information. And we should also be working, I think, with our building department when projects come before them, that they are making sure that the things that get decided here, right, that they're in compliance with those things. So this has been a fabulous conversation. Commissioner Moore.
Hi. So first of all, I want to say thank you, Alderman Villegas. Everything that you said was really right on point, and I definitely support that, what you said. And Nancy, I want to thank you for the presentation. You did allude to at the end that we did need to help the contractors find the minority contractors and firms, and the women-owned firms as well. And so I just think I wanted to reiterate that, and I wanted to reiterate the list that you showed with all of the organizations. Yes, right there, that procurement list. Also the aldermen of the ward they're working in, I should be able to help as well. I know Alderman Burnett, I'm sure that all of his projects has that minority participation. So I think that workforce development organizations, I think we just really have to figure out how to do a better job of collecting all this information, because those percentages that have been suggested in the executive order are not high. It's not asking for, you know, a whole lot. And so that's all I really wanted to say. And I think it also goes with what Chairperson Cordova said at the beginning, talking about equity and how we're looking at these projects going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, and before I forget, I also want to give kudos to my predecessor, Martin Cabrera, because I know this was something that he had raised, I think, and I think even had a role in getting this executive order into place, right, to push this issue. So this was really a great conversation. Ms. Razovich, thank you so much for your hard work on this, and look forward to working also with Commissioner Villegas, yourself, and other commissioners on moving this even further forward. So thank you very much. And speaking of, I'm not seeing any other hands or comments. Did you want to say anything else, Ms. Radovich, or did you get it?
The only other thing I wanted to respond to is Commissioner Moore, you know, her note about helping them to find minority and women-owned businesses. And I just wanted again to go back to the procurement page, because this is not only the place where businesses can go to get certified as an MBE or WBE, but they keep a whole database and list of the certified minority and women businesses. So, you know, the resources there, they're all listed, they're all available, it's searchable. I've gone through just, you know, for the sake of, I wonder how easy this is. I've gone through and I've searched and I've checked to see, hey, can I find a minority plumbing contractor? And there's good mechanisms. It's a really good database to help them search out and find quality M and WBEs to help them, you know, bid at least on their projects going forward.
That's fantastic. Well, and speaking of thank yous, thank you, Ms. Razovich. I really want to thank Barb Perkovich. Sorry, I'm gonna have to take a lesson on some of these, which words, which vowels are silent and which ones aren't. But I want to really acknowledge Barb Perkovich because she works so hard. I think she works hard. I mean, she seems to just really flow when she does it. But she's our court reporter, and we don't get to see her through this time. We know she's out there, and we know just what a tremendous job she does. So happy holidays to you, Ms. Perkovich, and to your family, and thank you so much. I also want to thank, we couldn't do this, and it runs so smoothly with our tech support. So Kamal, thank you for you and your team. You guys just do a tremendous job. And then always, Noah, I always want to say Safranicek, but it's Safranic. Thank you, Noah. You're just like so amazing. You're just so great to work with. So thanks to all the DPD staff, to everyone. Does anybody have any final comments before I call for a motion to adjourn? All right, let me double check. All right, seeing none, I do want to wish everyone the best of holidays and safety. And again, to reiterate what I said in the beginning, we do, as all of us, express our deepest condolences to families and friends who've lost loved ones, and our appreciation to all those frontline workers and essential workers. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Moved by Commissioner Cox, seconded by
Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I do need to do, again, the roll call vote. So Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Brumfeld?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Garza is gone. I'm sorry. Commissioner Grossman is gone. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novata?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw, I think, was gone. Commissioner Tunney, I think, was gone. Commissioner Villegas?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagasbach.
Yes.
Fantastic. What a year, huh? Wowzers. So we'll see you all in the new year. Happy holidays and best wishes to everybody. And we thank everybody also who tunes in and follows the work of the Chicago Plan Commission. Everybody works hard, so we appreciate it. Ciao. Happy holidays.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you for all your work, everyone in the department.